Good morning, everyone. I welcome you to the Monday, September 23rd, 2024 lodging tax applicant interviews for City of Tumwater. And with us today, um, we have Dave Bills who's here representing the Thurston Chamber. We have Seth Paul, Landa La Quinta, and we have Brian Reynolds, who is with the helicopter, or excuse me, Olympia Flight Museum, and myself, Chairman Swarthout, City of Tumwater. So with that, we're going to start with our first. We have first one will start at 9:05. We have a 15-minute time frame. So for your presentations, an opportunity, depending how long you go, for us to be able to ask questions as well. So we'll go ahead and get started with Team Tomorrow. Welcome.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm with the South Sound Block Party. This is my third time doing this presentation for y'all. Was anybody able to make the event this year? No, great. Well, then
No.
I will tell you nothing but great things. It was our biggest year to date. Definitely a big swing for us financially, with two pretty international superstar headliners, which was a phenomenal year for us. So let me just share my screen with you. I can give you a little bit of a recap. And can you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So first can you see this?
We see your screen, the South Sound Block Party.
Okay, do you see the text, or is it just the
It's the first screen.
Yeah, that
okay,
your first.
let me try this first. Sorry about that. This will just be, how's that? Just a quick recap of how we did for this year. So just over 2,900 tickets each day. Average ticket costs about $60. An additional guests, 250. This data point is one I love to point out in the LTAC world. We did a big COVID study during the pandemic, to help lobby the government to save live music. And, what we found was that for every dollar spent on a concert ticket, 12 is generated in the local economy, bars, restaurants, hotels, parking, etc. So it's a big stat, I think, for us in terms of live music. Trends of our ticket buyers. This is another big one for the LTAC world. 37 states were represented in our ticket buyers. It's pretty wild. 26% came out of a 50-mile radius. And then this was a nice one too, 45% of advanced sales, so not, walk-ups or day ofs, were outside of the Oly, Lacey, Tumwater area, which was a big increase. The rest of this gets into the weeds, and I turned it in our reconciliation, so you'll have that to you. Patronage to local businesses. Obviously, we buy hotel rooms, but we also kind of go into the local economy, spend a lot of cash for our bands, for our staff, what have you. Our overnights. The DoubleTree is kind of our host hotel. It's half a mile from the stage. So that's really easy for us, easy for our bands to use. But we also put all the hotels from the municipalities that give us lodging tax. Those are all on our website, and have direct links and click-throughs. So here's just a little sample of zip codes that we had from those folks who clicked on those links. So 8 hotels or Airbnbs on our website from Oly, Lacey, and Tumwater. Our website had over 36,000 clicks from January to August, and 200 unique clicks on the various hotel links on our website. So those are just some highlights from this past year, which just wrapped in August. And just a brief overview on the event. I don't want to read all of these slides to you. It's a bit wordy. And again, you guys have this info, but here's our vision and our mission. An annual regional gathering that highlights nationally touring bands and local commerce at an affordable price point, providing revenue, jobs, and experience for the working musicians, vendors, and production community in Olympia, Lacey, and Tumwater. And to provide a gathering space in the South Sound to enjoy live music, local and regional vendors, and a weekend of outdoor enjoyment. Our location is gorgeous. I would really encourage you to come next year. It's right on the water out here by Anthony's Hearth Fire and the radio station. This is the biggest piece of biggest compliment we get every year is just like how gorgeous the space is and what a perfect event venue it is for us. We went over this a little bit, the demographic of our ticket buyers, average age range, and our MailChimp, our direct to fan kind of way we communicate with our ticket buyers and folks who are interested is increasing rapidly. So right now, it's about 10,700. And, even in this off season, I'm getting 10 to 12 signups a week, which is encouraging. And I think, this is just finished our 3rd year and it was a big pivotal year for us. And I can honestly say that it's working. So I feel really confident going into next year. We touched on this a little bit, but our patron and ticketing impact, like I said, I walked you through it, but here we are bringing local economy into the towns. Community engagement again. So our nonprofit partner is called For the Love. They're a hyper local nonprofit that provides backpacks for kids going back to school, meals at Thanksgivings, all kinds of great stuff in the local community. We raised over $13,000 for them, which was cool. Our digital engagement, I touched on this a little bit with our MailChimp. This is a big one for our sponsors and, for the municipalities. Like we have a rapidly growing and a very engaged digital footprint. So not just Facebook and Instagram, but all across the digital space. So it's a big one for our sponsors, when I'm trying to attract additional sponsorship, is to really show them who our fans are and how engaged they are. Again, over 36,000 unique website visits in just 8-9 months, which is pretty wild. This is just some visuals from this year. Really beautiful site. And again, some of our biggest crowds, which was great. Marketing, again, we do a lot of paid advertising. So Thurston Talk through the Meta space, which is always really great. Bands in Town hits everybody all over Washington and Oregon. We hit the local radio station, which really moves the needle for us. And then, never discount the old school flyers. We've got a great street team that hits all over Washington. I was up in Capitol Hill recently, and I don't know which one of my street team did it, but just flyered all over Seattle for us. And we know that that's having impact for us, which is great. And this is the big one for us, and something I just want to bring to this committee's attention is the biggest lesson I've learned in the 3rd year is that having a legacy act as our headliner is really what's going to do it. Our first 2 years, I programmed super cool internationally touring stuff, but it really took those 2 legacy acts. It was Bikini Kill and X that turned people out. So the goal for the next couple of years is to return to that legacy headliner, that superstar that was probably huge in the 90s and is still kicking and doing it. And those folks are expensive, so those 2 headliners come in about 40-50 grand a piece, which is a lot of money, but there is an ROI there. So that was the biggest learning thing I think I learned this year, is I really thought the town would turn out for live music regardless, and they did in the first 2 years, but it really took that pricey headliner to really tip us over the needle. And then on the left side of the screen there is just our demographic and how we try to curate everything. Sorry for talking so fast, but I feel like I wanted to get y'all able to ask questions, and if there's anything I haven't answered in that presentation, I'd be happy to chat about it.
We have questions for Kristen.
No questions.
Cool. Well, thanks for your investment the last couple of years. It really helps pull it together. And yeah, I'd encourage you to read through the docs that we sent through on our reconciliation. And if you have any questions, I'm always here.
Super. Thanks so much. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
A good example of a new event having success.
Yeah.
For sure. So we're a little bit, let's see. The next one doesn't start until 9:20. I am remiss because I'm looking at this agenda. I forgot to have us approve the minutes from. Should we go back and I apologize for not following the agenda in front of me. We have this to approve the minutes from last year's meeting. And so had an opportunity to review the minutes and go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the September 21. How do I have 20? Okay. For the, excuse me, I'm sorry, we're going to be approving the minutes from the September 18th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the minutes from September 18, 2023.
And I second that motion.
All those in favor say aye.
I,
Aye.
I do have a comment.
Sure.
I was a little concerned or curious, how did we have a quorum last year with no hotel on the board?
Yeah. Sorry.
it's by number. I
Yeah.
don't think it's by,
By representation, yeah, it was by the number.
form is made by the number of.
I thought it was
Yeah,
attractions versus hotel.
and that's something that we, as we're talking about, as far as needing to have a hotelier and an additional hotelier on, so. As far as the board goes, but that's something that we are continuing. I think Brittany's looking into that as well. So last year was a unique circumstance, so. I believe, looking at Troy here, so.
Yeah, I think that's correct. There were 3 of 5 members present, and so that makes a quorum. Certainly, we would like to have a hotelier present, but I think it's the number of board members that makes the quorum, not the makeup of the members.
But I'm pretty sure that it has to be a ratio between attractions and people that collect.
Mhm.
And so I'm just pointing it out,
For sure.
so it shouldn't
Yes.
happen again.
Yeah.
I did not get an invite last year.
Mhm.
I don't know, because of all the mishaps.
Mhm.
So I was not happy about it. Period.
Right.
Just letting anybody know.
Appreciate you letting us know, because yeah, that last year was with a transition that we were going through as far as staff, and also we are coming up to with some questions ourselves as far as how we want to move forward. But last year, I apologize that we did have, it was a kerfluffle as far as, yeah, as when this all started, so yeah. But I do, yes, seriously appreciate bringing that up, because that's another question that we've had is because we do need to, we're supposed to be, I think by statute, we're supposed to have two hoteliers, and you have so graciously been volunteering your time, and after losing Shami, it's been a difficult transition to attract another hotelier to serve, so.
Have another hotelier on board.
Mhm.
I sent her the application. I don't think she could make the tight deadline to become a member of the committee for this meeting. But I'm hopeful moving forward, we'll be fully, the committee will have a full committee.
And that's the person from the Best Western, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and they're still trying to work on that one, so. But yeah, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Good to know. Good to be noted. Oh, all right. Well, we'll be a little bit ahead. Do we want to go ahead and
Yeah, let's go ahead. Someone's bound to be late.
There we go.
we welcome Terry from the Olympic Fight.
No.
Is microphone.
Oh, your microphone should probably be turned.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, committee members. My name is Terry Thorning. I'm with the Olympic Fight Museum, and I'm here to present an application for the 2025 Olympic Air Show to be held Father's Day weekend, June 14 and 15 of next year at the Olympia Regional Airport in Tumwater. Our application is to be expensed for performer fees and incentives such as lodging and vehicle rental, marketing and promotion, and some operational costs. This year's air show enjoyed an attendance of over 9,000. An analysis of our electronic ticket sales showed a tourist percentage of 27.4%. A little bit higher than our average. We had 156 visitors who attended from 8 states outside of Washington, and visitors from 3 countries being Canada, the United Kingdom, and Japan. In terms of lodging for this year's air show, we had a banner year due to the aerobatic performers that we contracted with. I personally reserved 80 room nights in Tumwater hotels for performers and crew. In addition to those, we had guests from UK, the British Aviation Enthusiast Society, who stayed here with a group of 8. And then we also partnered with a new group, the Pacific Northwest Naval Air Museum from Oak Harbor. They set up a interactive kids display in our kids zone, and they had a group of 6 who stayed locally. So it was a very, very good year for Tumwater Lodging Properties. I'd like to turn your attention to our program that I've handed out. And please see pages 2, 3, and 4. Those are headliner performers. You'll see a B-17 Flying Fortress, a Curtiss P-40 Kitty Hawk, and a PBY Catalina. 2 of those historic aircraft operators were from one organization, and then all 3 airplanes came from Oregon. So it was very affordable for us to contract with them due to the reduced travel time and fuel for them. These aircraft not only flew during the show, but offered rides and ground tours for patrons. The B-17 on page 2 has a capacity of 9 seats per flight, and they sold over 8 of them for the weekend. So that was a very positive win-win arrangement with this operator. Also, as we do every year, you'll see on page 20 of your program is our tourism page that provides content for visitors to the event and to Tumwater. And we hand out extra programs all summer long and beyond, basically until they're gone. So this information for the tourist has a longer shelf life and is distributed literally until November, December, whenever our programs run out. Looking forward to 2025. Next year will be the 25th anniversary of the Olympic Air Show. And the committee will be working very hard to make sure next year's milestone event is memorable and exciting. We always come up with a few surprises. Brian. We appreciate Tumwater's previous support and your confidence in our ability to bring the tourists here and to offer Tumwater citizens an exciting and family-friendly experience. So there are 2 short videos I'd like to play for you. The first one is our television commercial that we run on a Seattle Metro TV station for a 5-week campaign. The commercial is funded by Olympia Lodging Tax, and the number of age 18 plus impressions for this content was 9,300,000. So as you can see, the voice talent, he has to speak rather quickly because it's an enormous amount of information that I have to fit into 15 seconds. It's actually really hard to do. I have to hit the high points, and he's got 15 seconds plus the visuals to convey that message. The second video we created for use in social media. This one, I think we posted 3 or 4 times, and it had significant engagement and shares. Okay, so that's representative of some of the marketing content we release. I'd like to thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions for me?
I have a couple. How much did that 15-second commercial cost? You know?
The contract we have with Olympia Lodging Tax is for 20,000. I spend 1,100 in production by Pardaman Productions, so I have it professionally produced. The airtime was 14,000 in airtime, and then there was an additional 4,000 that was a digital package, which was advertised to all of the KCPQ affiliates, being History Channel, all the other national ones.
My second
And-
question is, how much did this cost?
That particular program was this year 3,300.
Thank you. I don't get to see much of the air show.
Neither do I.
So where did the 15-second ad show? I'm sorry.
It was broadcast out of KCPQ TV, which is Fox 13 in Seattle, and their affiliate, which is KZJO. So they have two stations. Sometimes KZJO doesn't get quite the viewership because they play a lot of like reruns and weird sports and stuff. But Fox 13 is the #1 morning show in the program. And so when I book my airtime, I make sure that when they earmark my commercial, I'm getting it in on peak viewing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice to see you again this year. We will be moving ahead by. So let's see, do we have the Tumwater Historical Association? Are you ready? We'll go ahead and, yeah, we're pushing ahead of schedule, you guys.
That's a nice thing.
So welcome,
Well, I thank you.
Mr. Trump.
Well, I'm now a retiree. I was with the Tumwater Historical Association for quite a few years there at the end, but my hobby turned into a paying job. It was kind of nice to have local history. But for a long time, ever since the Tumwater Historical Association was started way back in the days of, John Elder and some of the old names you might recognize. I've been on that board pretty much since that time. So I've earned the silver hair, and I see you've joined the club too. But anyway, we had like most small organizations, had a terrible time with COVID, and everything shut down, and all of a sudden we couldn't do events. We couldn't make any extra income for things that were going on. And so a lot of the organizations folded, and we came very close to folding. But it's finally perked up. We have some new blood finally. And in fact, it's Sandy Gray's son is now the president. So that's passing on the baton to the next generation. And I'm still on the board officially, but I'm really a retiree. So I'm helping them out where I can, but I'm not. They asked me to just make the pitch because I do that every year for the group. It's a very, very good group. We were the high point was when we had the Homesteaders program at the Tumwater Middle School and put on the cider pressings and all those kinds of great events. And now it's coming back. We're going to be appearing at different, with a booth at this coming Saturday at the Falls Park. Well, Brewery Park at Tumwater Falls. And it's just good to see things, new blood and new energy come into the group. So I'm ready to pass the baton on to them and just help them out where I can. And I am still officially on the board, so I can make this pitch for the $5,000. And as much as you can do, it'll encourage these new people that are on the board to keep the energy up. And really tourism and local history is our focus. So. I should mention in my retirement, I haven't given up on local history. I thought I'd make a quick pitch. I'm on my own, independent now with the Tumwater history books. And if you haven't got one, it's $40 each. And you can buy one from me right now, but I get, that's not with the Historical Association. I'm on my own on that. And it's fun to keep. I just have a passion for Tumwater history. So I'm going to keep that up. Any questions, comments? Offers to buy a book, whatever.
So specifically, the ask,
Mm.
what would you be using?
Well, it's to support the events that we go to and the selling the gift shop items and doing events, hands-on history kind of thing at the booths like this coming Saturday at the Falls Park. But also events like they went to the Tenino Railroad Day last Saturday, I think it was. And so it's a lot of different events that we'll be making appearances at again, like we used to, except without the Homesteaders program, which gave us all that youth and energy and so on. But it's exciting to see history come alive, and we want to keep honoring Tumwater's heritage with events mainly. And
So it would just, excuse me, go to miscellaneous.
yeah, publicity, marketing, that kind of thing, and supporting what supplies we need and those types of things. So it's like we've asked every year, really. It's not changed much. All right.
I was looking at this. It looks like for us, it came across as that it was a new event, but it sounds like this is a continuation of what we've been doing in the past, correct?
It's going back to our heydays before COVID hit, I guess you'd say. And we're so different events that will be. We sometimes join together with other smaller history groups in the county and do joint events, and those could be in the future too. But our new board members are going to be the ones that decide those kind of directions now. But us old timers are still on the board and giving them advice. But we're looking for more board members, by the way. If you have a passion for local history, we could sure use you.
I got a letter. And because you wear two hats, and so that's what I'm thinking too, that you're representing the Historical Association, and then that maybe might be some confusion between that and the Olympia Tumwater Foundation. So
Yeah, I'm retired from that now.
Yes.
As I think
But
John.
this is a separate group from what the events that they do.
Yeah, although they do come to Schmidt House for various things and
Mhm.
different events that they put on, but we're still a separate group, yes. Yeah.
You know how many attendees maybe you had like throughout the year so far, year to date or last year?
We have an estimate on there, but those are hard to track.
So I see on here.
Smaller groups of. Anyway, we do have a lot of events that we go to that have a lot of people come through, like this event this coming Saturday at the park is going to draw a lot of people because the salmon are running also, and that draws a lot of people. And you're having to park up by the freeway parking and all that stuff on
But would you say any of those attendees put heads in beds?
We think so, but again, it's hard to track that for us. We don't know how to give really accurate information. We just have to go by percentages of the people that come to our booth and attend the events. And usually these events are pretty well attended.
Mhm.
So it's good visibility that we have. Highlighting Tumwater.
So you don't actually are involved in any events that you would pay at the gate and be able to track?
No, we have a store, I guess you call it, where we're selling items, and that helps to defray some of the costs and so on. So that we don't do a lot of admission type of
Right.
events. Yeah, right. Although we attend other county fairs or something like that, and there might be an admission to get into the fairgrounds, but we don't charge anything extra.
I was looking
Oh.
through your numbers here. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, because
I've tried to refrain from telling my bad jokes. So
Trying to remember how many years you've been doing this.
boy, since I was born, I guess. Our family got here in
I think you-
1892, so we have many generations. The road was named for my great grandpa.
You've been in this program, I believe, since its inception, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, since the organization started back in 1980 maybe, or sooner than that, I think. I forget the year. You know, the older you get, the faster time flies, and I lose track of what year it is and what day of the week it is sometimes. But, my grandpa used to say it was 6 weeks between 4th of July and Christmas. Now I understand why he said that. Time goes faster and faster and faster.
so as far as recruiting board members, I know that's a challenge for so many volunteer.
It is,
nonprofits.
yeah.
How many, Mr. Gray's in charge, is the president now.
Yeah, yeah, and as also Maddie from the Olympia Tumwater Foundation has now joined our group and on the board. And there was another, I don't have the list in front of me, but anyway, there's 2 or 3 new ones and us old ones that are hanging on, trying to mentor the new ones and get them up to speed. The rest of us are getting older and slower and can't handle all this action sometimes.
Talked about trying to bring back the homesteaders, and it does, it takes a champion.
Yeah, and they had such a good group, and it was a real sad thing to see them fold after all those years. But we still can carry on that tradition that they helped set. You know, it makes a good promotion for the city. Okay,
Thank you.
well, thank you too.
Thank you, Don. Nice to
Okay.
see you this morning. Hope we're gonna have someone in here from the symphony yet, because we are ahead of schedule. Don't think so yet. I don't see her yet, so. So we can take a break.
Can we take a?
Yeah,
5-minute break?
You bet.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, official break.
Right, right. So, Exactly. So if I,
All right. So after our break, we're ready to resume. We welcome Jennifer from the Olympia Symphony. Thank you for coming.
Yes.
That's way, but over here.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Oh, wow, this is a little surprising. Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Jennifer Herman, and I'm the Executive Director of the Olympia Symphony Orchestra. And we are first-time applicants for Tumwater Lodging Tax. And I apologize to Brittany. It was obvious that we were first time because I submitted via the wrong avenue. I'm very sorry for that. And I will just admit, I will be very honest and frank that the reason that it is the first time that we have applied is because I've been the executive director since 2016. And since that time, it's been a very laser focus on really on Olympia. We're the Olympia Symphony. I was new with the symphony, and we were really just kind of keeping our sights on where we performed, which our primary venue is the Washington Center for the Performing Arts, and really trying to grow the organization from there. So I will just admit very humbly that I had blinders on to the communities around us, and I'm very sorry for that. We have done a couple of things with Tumwater. Our brass quintet, this is their third year performing and participating in the Tumwater Falls Fest. And as I learned about their experience there and the reception of the community there, I thought, I'm silly. I don't know why I have not looked outside of Olympia. So as we were planning this summer concert and running event in summer of 2025, I really started thinking about Tumwater and how we could partner with this city for that special event. So a little bit of background on the summer concert. We had been performing a free outdoor summer concert since 2006, and it started at the Capitol campus. And it was very popular. Many people enjoyed being able to hear the symphony. The presentation of that concert was kind of a retrospective of the season that had just concluded. And when I became executive director, it was the 10-year anniversary of that summer concert. And I started thinking, you know, we're really missing an opportunity here because the people who come to our concerts, it's wonderful that they do, but there are so many people who have never had an engagement with the Olympia Symphony. And really a free outdoor summer concert is time to do that and incorporate more people from our community and communities outside of ours. So started reimagining that summer concert. And right as we were doing that, the pandemic hit. So we'd already made the decision that we were going to move out of the Capitol campus and move to where more people were gathered. And I will admit, I thought of Olympia and the downtown Olympia core. And we had planned to do this Beethoven 5K in the summer of 2020. So that happened. And then the 5K did not happen. As you might have read in the application, this event is very unique. Not only is it a concert by the symphony, but it also is a running event. So the way that this event will take place is the Olympia Symphony, all 65 plus members will be set up outside and will play the famous Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, the da-da-da-dum, and play the entire thing. That thing takes about 31 minutes to complete. And so the idea is to have runners complete a 5K by the time we finish Beethoven's Fifth. I will admit this is not an original idea. There are other orchestras and other running groups that do this around the country. However, I have never seen it done with a live orchestra. They do it with a recording, which is cute, but not amazing. And so doing it with live orchestra really is amazing. So we're hoping to harness the energy that our summer concert has garnered over the years and incorporate another community of runners. We will also be playing some other music that will be attractive to people who have not heard a symphony before. We'll do We Are the Champions and the Rocky theme and Chariots of Fire and all the things that tend to pump people up for running. Our outdoor concert attracts about 3,000 to 3,500 people annually, which is an increase over the numbers that came to the Capitol campus. We have now done it at Heritage Park for 2 years. Sorry, I skipped. And those are the photos that you have on the handout. Wonderful feedback from downtown businesses and engagement from people who come to our concert and then also participate in activities downtown. The symphony has grown in our subscriber and attendance base over the last couple of years after the pandemic with our new conductor, Alexandra Arrietche. We now have patrons who come from as far north as Bellingham. We have patrons that come from Yakima, and we have subscribers and patrons in Portland. So before we were very, very Thurston County centric and people that came to our concerts, and now our reputation and our excitement has burst past these boundaries and extended into other communities. The date for this event is July 5th, 2025, 5 years after we had originally planned to present it. It's a 5K on July 5th. So we're hoping all of that will help people to remember. And then also as we plan this date, I did think of Tumwater for this reason, because Tumwater has a very special 4th of July series of events. And I also thought of it because of the running community that is in Tumwater that is quite strong and more prevalent than there is in Olympia and Lacey. So I really think this could be a very special partnership with the Olympia Symphony and City of Tumwater. By harnessing the reach that our local running clubs have with other running clubs. People, tend to do like a whole circuit of 5Ks in the summer and look at what's available and plan their summer activities and their vacations around where they can have special 5K experiences. So, and then I think with the Tumwater 4th of July, I think that there's, a way we could do early running packet pickup at one of the events so we could co-promote the 4th of July events that take place here in Tumwater. You may have noticed I did not talk about the 2024 summer concert, and that is because we did put a pause on it this summer, because you'll see I handed out a little flyer about Sweeney Todd, which is a groundbreaking collaboration with Harlequin Productions to present a Broadway show for the first time that we've ever done as our opening concert in October. And because of that, and wanting to be sound and responsible, we did not believe that we could pull off a summer concert and this big Sweeney Todd collaboration within months of each other. So we did take a pause on the summer concert this summer. So that is what I have to say about that. If you have any questions, I would love to answer.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you explain to me the connection between your organization and the Washington Performing Arts?
Yes.
We also fund them also, so that's why my question comes up.
Yeah, the Washington Center for the Performing Arts is a separate entity. The building is owned by the City of Olympia, and then the Washington Center for the Performing Arts, the nonprofit, is housed inside the building of the same name. And we, as the Olympia Symphony, are just artistic partners, meaning we're just renters. So we have no internal alignment with that organization, except that we present our concerts there. And it's the only performing arts center in this region that can house the number of people that come to our concerts. Is 1,000-seat theater, and we consistently are about 850. We're aiming for 1,000, but we're at about 850. I might make a side note that as other arts organizations are still recovering from the pandemic, a lot of orchestras, I can't speak for performing arts centers, but orchestras are still seeing their attendance at 60 to 80% what they were pre-pandemic. It's been a very, very slow and difficult struggle to come back. The Olympia Symphony, because of the fact that we hired a new, very vibrant music director who is expanding our programming and expanding our appeal, we have seen audience growth of 35% over what we had before the pandemic, which is very exciting. We're proud of it.
Where do your artists come from? Are they local? Are they regional? Can you talk to that?
Yeah. So we have 65 professional musicians. So all of our musicians are paid. Many of them hold advanced degrees in music. They're gigging musicians, and many of them are educators. So we have educators in Olympia, Tumwater, and North Thurston School District that are represented on stage. And we also have local private teachers and performers, local meaning in the South Sound, but we also have musicians who do travel from Seattle. We have high demands of our musicians, and although we have a wonderful pool here that's local, we have had to expand beyond to supplement our core orchestra.
So do you do any advertising beyond just word of mouth?
Oh, yes, we do. So we do, you know, of course, all of the regional online calendars that are just regional in the South Sound, but also in all of the I-5 corridor from Bellingham down to Portland. And social media advertising, print advertising. So far, our print advertising, except for Sweeney Todd, has been mostly local through Showcase Magazine, the Experience Olympia Visitors Guide, New Neighbors Guides, those kind of things. We've kept our print advertising because it is quite expensive. We've kept that local, except Sweeney Todd, because this is such a big production that we have advertised in print from Bellingham down to Portland.
And specifically, how would you use the funds from LTAC?
So you'll see that the budget for this event is a little bit over 40,000. The overall budget for the Olympia Symphony, if you're curious, is right around 700,000 a year. And specifically, we would use it to expand our marketing and for reaching a community. We've never done a collaboration with running groups. We've never done anything that wasn't with our music peeps. You know, they're a very close-knit group and we know who they are and we have established relationships. And to expand beyond that takes capacity, money, and people. And then people take money, right? So in order to pull something like this off in the way that we want it to, so I mean, we know this will be a fun event. We know that local people will love it. But we want it to be bigger than that. But in order to do that, we need more funding.
So I see you're expecting 4,000 attendees
Yeah,
for the one-day event.
right. So we've had between 3,000 and 3,500 for just a concert.
How much?
Between 3,000 and 3,500 for just the summer concert.
And then I also see that, was there a reason why Tumwater and Lacey were doing 10 and only 8 from Olympia?
So that was the 8 was a guess from me. We apply for Lacey, I'm sorry, for Olympia LTAC funds, but for our entire season. And so they give us a lump sum for everything that we do throughout the year, because we're very focused into Olympia. And so I thought of that in my application. I asked for an allocation of 8,000 to go specifically to this event, but they do fund in a larger number than that for our entire year of activities.
Yeah, my only concern, because, you know, being 5th of July, is the hotels were already jam-packed.
Mhm.
So, I mean, is it really putting any additional heads in beds? I don't know, or just, you know. But
That's good information for me to
yeah,
know.
just being 4th of July with it being already a sold-out weekend, probably already on the book. You know what I
Okay.
mean? So,
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for that information.
I was curious about moving it to Heritage, because when I've attended before, it's always been on the Capitol campus. And so it just seems like there's more room. So I was just curious that changing it to Heritage, the decision to take it to the park.
Yeah, so we've performed there now 2 years,
Mhm.
2022 and 2023. And that's when our numbers increased because we could fit more people. There was more parking.
Really?
Yeah, and we reached a different demographic of people.
Mhm.
And also we were able to partner with the businesses around. And so we were able to kind of promote the downtown activities as well. Instead, you know, at the Capitol, it's a lovely venue, the Capitol campus, but unless you pack your own lunch and pack your own drinks, there's no businesses really nearby that you can patronize. So it really increased with people who came intentionally and then also who just happened to stop by. people who are walking around doing other things downtown were able to come by and add to our numbers. It's been a good move. It was a difficult and emotional move for those who were tied to the Capitol campus. In a perfect world, we could do both. And in a perfect world, we would do run out concerts. It's something that we have wanted to do in Tumwater. In 2021, right after the pandemic, when we came back first, we were one of the first live events to come back in the South Sound. And we did a second concert in Tenino in the rock quarry that was drained. The swimming part was drained, and we performed actually in the rock quarry. And then the following year, we had plans to do the run out in Aberdeen, and some logistical things happened where we weren't able to. But in a perfect world, we would do more than one summer concert, and we would like to do one in Olympia, preferably at Heritage Park, but then pick a different community and go and take the music elsewhere. Capacity is an issue.
My only other question is running a 5K. So you're planning on, we'll just run around the lake then? Is that what the?
Mhm. So
route is?
two laps around the lake is a registered 5K, certified 5K distance. And so the beauty of having it be 2 times around is that you can just walk 1 time around.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's not as cute as saying a 5K, but you can, beat Beethoven 2.5K walk.
I think that's very ambitious to throw a red in there too. So good for you guys. Trying to keep it healthy.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for the
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
So next up, we have the Tumwater Chamber of Commerce. Let's proceed.
Oh, thank you. My name is Chris Sigg. I'm a new board member for the Tumwater Chamber of Commerce. I also represent the Tumwater School District as the new CTE director for Tumwater School District. And I had the privilege and honor to inherit what we have determined to be called the Tumwater Retail and Visitors Center here in Tumwater in the Fred Meyer parking lot. It is a partnership between the Tumwater Chamber of Commerce, Tumwater Area Chamber of Commerce, and the school district to provide local visitors and tourism services with our partners with the Experience Olympia and Beyond and the Olympia Tumwater Foundation, of course, the Tumwater School District. We think this is kind of a unique deal between the city of Tumwater, the school district, and the Chamber of Commerce, as it provides students with a vast array of work-based learning experiences, particularly in the retail and tourism field. As we gain members and partners, we extend that over the region to provide those types of services to local businesses to help promote tourism in this area. We just recently, on September 3rd, had our grand opening, which a couple of you attended that grand opening. And one of the great stories about that, we had just started it. That day was like the grand opening, first day, and we had State Superintendent Chris Reichdahl, among many others. But he was giving a proclamation from the governor, and during that time, somebody pulled up with Oregon plates and kind of walked behind him and into the visitors center. And so we kind of said, hey, how can we help you? Then, we just, we Googled this and we thought we'd show up and try to get some advice of what to do in this area. And so we were able to, capture that moment, which was a pretty unique, cool moment for us and as a partnership between the city and the school district and the Tumwater Area Chamber of Commerce. One of the unique parts about this is as we gain sponsorships and collect funds, grant funds, this type of funding and other types of funds, part of it goes into an account that services students and paid work experiences in the community with different organizations throughout the city for our partners that join the chamber, and students are able to go into those businesses and get a paid internship paid by and through
what we call the TRT for short, which is the Tumwater Retail and Visitor Center. And so that's kind of a unique piece of this and why we feel like this is a great thing for this community and a great use of the funds as we look to grow our outreach through our marketing and also bring on a contract employee through the chamber to be able to expedite this work this year.
So, yes, I have a question. Specifically, what would the funds be used for? Would, you mentioned hiring on a paid employee,
Yes.
and, but beyond that, what are the target for the funds?
Yeah, just speaking to that paid employee, we just did a presentation at a chamber forum, and there was 2 businesses that came to learn about the chamber, and hence the presentation. They signed up right then and there to become members to expedite and to grow this in this community. A lot of it does go to the funding, goes to that person as we grow this, we grow our capability as the chamber gains new members, and we'll be able to serve and provide more services for the tourism and retail sector in our community. Also, marketing. We would like to have additional signage and to be able to have a more thorough footprint, both physical and virtual, as we increase our marketing campaign to provide more opportunities.
And are you beyond just the chamber's website? Do you have a separate website for the center, or is there plans to do that? I guess my one question I would have, well, 2 actually. If I were coming from out of town and wanted to learn about Tumwater, and I was, on Google, how would the center come up?
Yeah, well, it comes up if you were to Google it, like that person did coming up from Oregon, it would come up there. We plan to hopefully have a link on the city's website to the web page that is currently hosted by the Tumwater School District, the CTE department. It will have its own standalone web page. There's part of the purpose of the center is to provide students with work experience, not like the program I just mentioned that will give. We hope to have up to 100 students this year by the end of the summer through that program, but it also hires students that are interested in tourism and retail to be able to learn about the area. So when people are asking questions, or they're both physically and virtually, it is our students that are certified tourism ambassadors that will be answering those questions, learning about the city, learning about the activities. And we hope to grow this in support of the upcoming youth council for the city council, and also for our council as far as the youth committee or through the chamber as well.
So are the students certified through the Experience Olympia program?
Yes, we have the person that we hope to hire that helped build all this out this summer, that was up here giving a presentation a few weeks ago, Mr. Dave Pereira. He is the person that we hope to have represent the chamber to grow, so more businesses can be a part of this, so we can direct more activity to those businesses through this both virtual and physical visitor center. We hope to have it be student-led. We have students that were certified last year as tourism ambassadors that are participating, and we hope to continue to grow that in that area.
Well, just a quick comment and observation. I didn't make it for the actual ribbon cutting, but I arrived about 45 minutes afterwards, and your grand opening appeared to be a huge success. And parking, I remember back in the day when that was the office for the chamber, and what a dramatic change. You've done a wonderful job there.
Yeah, my predecessor, Brian Hardcastle, played a large role in coming up with an idea, just didn't know where to take it. And he and I knew each other because CTE is a small circle in the state of Washington. And so I was really excited to be able to learn about where we could take this. And it didn't take long to get this idea and up and running. I think sky's the limit on this. And that's why we were hoping to get some funding to be able to grow and expedite the entire process because we've got a lot of momentum right now. Really, with that grand opening, it was very successful. Yes.
So I have a couple of questions too. So there's $25,000. I guess I'm a little confused between the chamber itself and then the program that you have with students.
Yes.
So what is that relationship?
Yeah, that's what I think. It's really unique. So the building is owned by the chamber, and we as a school district CTE department leases that from them. The intention was it to be a retail space for students to gain work experience, and that was a little bit limited. And then, so I did some more investigating. Mr. Pereira and another person was hired part-time, and we really thought that a visitor center, having a physical visitor center, both physical and virtual, would be an important step in looking at accelerating the program. So it's a partnership between the chamber, me being a school district employee and also on the board. So the chamber, we kind of redefined ourselves as what was our purpose. Somebody could be a member of the Thurston County Chamber of Commerce, which we highly encourage that. In fact, every member that's a part of the Tumwater Chamber is a part of the Thurston Chamber. And so what we figured would be unique for this partnership and this facility and our purpose was for it to be student-led, so students can learn and provide these opportunities for visitors, and also to be able to create a program that is able to stipend students. So as we grow the chamber and grow these opportunities for visitors that come to this area and to our local businesses that are part of the Tumwater Chamber, these students are out in those businesses doing these paid opportunities that some of this other funding other than this is funding that as well. We've got sponsorships. As members join the chamber, that membership money goes towards that program. And so that's the uniqueness of this opportunity.
So I can see a regular kind of partnership, you know what I mean? But so where does this $25,000, how does that play into, what is it actually for that?
That's mainly to hire that person to grow
Oh, this
and
is just for
extend.
this one contract employee, pretty much.
Well, and also for marketing. So marketing, we would like to create some signage in cooperation with the city. And so it's basically threefold between having the contract employee to grow the program, to grow the services that we are mapped out to provide as far as a visitor center and also a retail center. And also for the marketing that is involved with that to increase that footprint and to increase more members and more partners so this can grow. Another part of this is on the retail side, is that it is a way to display and sell student work, to be able to provide additional funding for students to have additional activities like the student-led organizations, more paid internships, to be out in the community, to providing this connection between the school district, the city and the chamber and all of the local businesses in the area. And we just think that there's a lot of synergy around this and to be able to grow this. And it would take the plan between the person that's actually doing the work that we hope to hire, and then as a chamber, and then also to increase the marketing.
I think it's a great idea, but my only concern is I just don't see how this puts heads in beds. I mean, I know you have visitor numbers here, almost 1,000 room nights generated for Tumwater. I don't know where that number comes from. You know what I mean? This money is really, it's only intended to put a head in a bed. We collect it so we can put more heads in beds.
Yes, and
And I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a great cause,
Mhm.
but I don't know if this is the right place for a cause.
Right, but I would like to explore any opportunities that this committee or anybody would like to expand on that. Part of my background before getting into education was I was in hospitality. As a matter of fact, I was the acting general manager of the Taiyi Hotel, who turned that over to Kroger Foods as Fred Meyer back when I was pretty young, 27 years old. I barely knew what I was doing. So I come from that industry, so I understand that. And we have the ability to provide and partner with local businesses to put heads in beds. And that would be exactly one of the areas that we would definitely explore and see how we can do that, because we have the ability to do that because of it being student-led and having a person out on the ground and to be able to.
Or just something, or even having some sort of hospitality in there.
Yes.
I mean, yes, business is great, but if it's being funded by hotels or something,
Yes.
maybe some sort of curriculum which actually involves work experience at a hotel for someone. Is this something that they want to go into? Because, hospitality, trust me, I cannot find people to work. I mean, the people I can find, that they're not passionate about hospitality. I was when I grew up, who wanted to be in it. You know what I mean? That passion is gone. If there's something you can willing to light up that passion, sure, maybe I might be interested. But
Okay.
it needs to be something more towards that. I don't want people having experience of working in banking. You know what I mean? There's already
Right.
plenty of bankers out there. So.
Right. And, that is just that aspect to be when people are asking, you want to be able to have those answers, but also that is a great point. We just opened, we say a grand opening because we're building this thing while we fly it. So we can definitely, we are in the middle of developing the curriculum, and we can lean into whatever this committee, or I would love to do that because that is a passion of mine. That's how I, cut my teeth before I got into education, was in hospitality, in hotel and restaurant management. And I think there is a lot of opportunity to partner in that area. There's a lot of young people that are interested in that. It's a great entry level. And once you can expose young people to entry level and you're providing them with that experience and that curriculum, then you will ignite a passion for them for the different types of things that are available for overnight rooms, or maybe it's banquets and catering, or maybe it's restaurant. There's so many different avenues in a hotel and any kind of hospitality. And to understand that business, I think we could definitely use a lot of that funding to be able to create that curriculum and build that in and build partnerships. I mentioned that internship program that is being supplemented by this partnership, and those students could be having those work experiences in lodging facilities. And we have a way that's very effective about recruiting students in different pathways that they are interested in. And it wouldn't be something that would not only be for local businesses that are in lodging to see and experience their future workforce, but also be able to promote that type of activity throughout the community through the school district and the chamber and the city. So I would love to explore that and be able to use some of the funds for exactly that purpose. Because I think we could do it. Thank you. I'm very confident.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
Chris.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have the Olympia Tumwater Foundation.
Good morning. I'm Maddie Pennington, the Assistant Director of the Olympia Tumwater Foundation. So for this year to begin, I'd like to start by going over what we did last year. So last year we asked for funding to do 2 promotional videos to build on our previous for 2023. Actually would have been 2022 at that point. Our project that we did, which was promotional videos of Brewery Park to market to visitors out of the area. So this last year, we decided to do videos on the history of the Deschutes River Canyon, which is in Brewery Park at Tumwater Falls. Our main property that we kind of focus on is bringing visitors into the area. So it would highlight the geological, pioneer, settler, indigenous kind of history of the river there, and then the history of the salmon run, which is very important and a big attraction to a lot of visitors because it's really interesting to see that natural occurrence of all these salmon coming right through Tumwater, a city. So we're actually filming that video or those 2 videos this week, which we did decide to merge into one larger video that could be segmented and then marketed individually to people through social media clips, as well as the individual segments on Pioneer history, highlighting those kind of unique aspects, and then using those on social media, our website, our areas that we really focus on pushing out to visitors. So for this year, we're building on that again with a marketing campaign for the park. So we'll be targeting our largest out-of-area markets that have the greatest potential, that we're already seeing a lot of out-of-area visitors coming from, which would be Longview, Portland, and Seattle, and that's based on our intelligence market summary from Experience Olympia and Beyond from last year. And we're asking for $5,000 to produce this campaign. And this $5,000 from Tumwater is a part of a larger budget, which we will be contributing to, as well as hopefully Olympia as well. So the campaign points would be highlighting our biggest tools and assets. So our new website, which has a page dedicated to the park, which receives 2,000 users monthly just on that page. And on that page, we have links to Tumwater accommodations nearby. So La Quinta, a lot of those like nearby hotels that we're already seeing a lot of traffic going to. And we'll be promoting that through search engine optimization, which you've already invested in a little bit, but we'd like to hire a media firm or a marketing firm to delve in more thoroughly and expand on Google advertising and social media advertising and influencer collaborations that we can target in those markets. So again, Portland, Longview, and Seattle. And then our impact, we would expect to see building on our current 3,000 paid stays in Tumwater, again, from that geofencing data from Experience Olympia and Beyond from last year. We'd like to see more people from those areas that we're already seeing a lot of traffic from, so increasing those stays. And then our marketing efforts would, again, target those markets that we think we can really increase visits from. Some of our other impacts that we hope to build on is previously from an EDC study last year, we saw that the park itself generates over $1 million a year in economic impact to the surrounding community. So hoping to generate more of an impact through more visitors from those markets that are already being successful, and expecting to drive increased traffic from those areas to Tumwater accommodations, lodging, restaurants, and attractions.
Do we have questions?
So, excuse me, frog in my throat. The funds would be used specifically for the videos.
So the funds will be used for promoting our website, which has links to Tumwater accommodations on the Brewery Park page. So right now we're already seeing those. That was from last year. I just wanted to give a brief update before I go into this year's ask. So yeah, that was a separate project from last year. So this funding would go towards our large marketing campaign. It's actually a $15,000 campaign, and it's going to be going over SEO, so search engine optimization for that website, for that page that is already receiving a lot of traffic. So further driving more traffic from those areas using placed advertising through Google, social media in those markets, driving more of those visitors to that page, which links accommodation and then restaurants. We're building it out currently. So right now it has links to hotels, but I want to have a separate page that has kind of a catalog listing a lot of those places to stay, restaurants, things to do, that kind of thing. And then social media marketing, like I said, analytics and reporting. And then we have a timeline for the next, it would be starting in January of 2025, about 6 months, we would run that campaign.
And it looks like from your application that you're talking as well, not only just doing that, this will talk about Brewery Park, but also the other facilities then, as far as like the Schmidt House, and will that be included as far as activities that are available?
Yes, yeah. So the marketing efforts would focus largely on the park. However, we do have on our website, which would be receiving, the traffic that's being directed to it. We do have listings about the Schmidt House and a lot of the activities that we do with the City of Tumwater Parks and Rec Department, events that we're hosting with them, like Falls Fest. So those videos that we promoted or that we were planning on doing that are filming this week is also filming during Falls Fest this Saturday. So that will kind of highlight, other things happening in the area besides just the park, because we're next to a lot of other really interesting attractions and events, and things like that.
What is the traffic count on your website? Do you know what those numbers are?
So I believe we have between 3,000 and 4,000 users monthly. It will, be less during off season and then more during peak. So for us, that's about May through September, we get more users, but it's about 4,000 monthly. And then that Brewery Park page receives, I think it was 2,000 users monthly itself. So it's like our largest trafficked page, which is why we want to promote, visitation to that page, which will then link to, accommodations, restaurants, attractions.
No, we're expecting a big weekend and the weather's supposed to be nice, so it'll be probably very, very well. I understand we're gonna try to do parking on the other side too, as far as.
Yes.
getting it
Yeah,
done.
I think we
Yes,
had like 3,000, 4,000 attendees last year at Falls Fest, so now we're trying to expand the parking so that
Yeah.
people can get there easily.
Yeah.
And we'll be filming during that event, which is really exciting. So we'll have that in those videos that we received funding for last year. And the salmon run is happening now, which is really cool.
Yeah. Parking's important because it's very well attended, so.
Yes.
Yes. Well, good. Do we have any other questions then?
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're the Olympia Downtown Association.
Yeah.
Good morning, Todd.
Good morning. My name is Todd Anderson. I'm a Recreation Manager for Tumwater Parks and Recreation, and I'm here on behalf for Tumwater Downtown Association to talk about our 4th of July Festival. And I thought I would start out with our video from last year's festival so you could see what it is, and then I'll talk about it. Any questions? No. I have a couple more slides. We do our 4th of July at our Tomorrow Valley Golf Course driving range, which is 10 acres. And so I have some slides to show you what between 13,000 and 15,000 people look like on the 4th of July down there. And this is at kind of the beginning of the event. We have, as you can see on the right, about 15 to 20 different inflatable activities kids can do. And then we have food vendors, sponsors, all kinds of activities, face painting. And then we always have a stage with entertainment. And this is a free event for community members to come through. We don't charge an entry fee. And also all the kids can go on those bounce houses and inflatable activities free of charge. And a lot of that's part due because LTAC funding in support of our sponsors. And so if you click some more, I got some more kind of throughout the event. You can see the parking lot starts filling up. We have about 900 cars that we can fit out there in the brewery parking lot, and we fill up every year. If you do the next slide, that's kind of a ground shot of how many people start filling it up there. And I think we have 2 more. And that's closer to the nighttime when we're about to shoot off our fireworks show, which is about a 20 to 25 minute fireworks show to people. But that's our driving range. That's 13 to 15,000 people last year. And one more slide. Thanks. That's our fireworks. And one more. Sorry, Brittany. One more. Okay. So here's some of the details I was going to talk to you. TDA is seeking 30,000 LTAC support for the 4th of July Family Festival and Fireworks Show. All these funds will go direct expenses towards the festival, which include the fireworks show, advertising, marketing, insurance, and entertainment. This is the largest one-day event in Tumwater year-round, and we expect 13 to 15,000. That's what we've had the last couple of years, but this year the 4th is on a Friday, and when that happens, we usually get a bigger attendance, so it could easily be over 15,000 this year. We've been doing this for 23 years. It's always been a free family event. It's one of the few events that you can bring your family. You don't have to pay to get in, and the kids can enjoy activities without having to pay. So thank you for listening to my presentations on behalf of TDA, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Is this the first year you guys charged for parking?
We do charge for parking.
Is that always there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, not the first year. We charge $10 for parking, and that's the only. But when you don't have to when you enter the event, you don't have to pay, but you have to pay parking. And half of that funds go to Special Olympics, and then half goes to TDA.
Because everyone tries to park in my hotel, fortunately. So.
I know, I just want to figure out what room has the best view of the fireworks.
Rooftop. You get to see everything.
Well, thank you. So, thank you for the great organization. Yeah, every year it's been,
Yeah.
it's amazing. So,
So we'll do it again. Thank you very much.
thank you, Todd. We have an opportunity to take a break. Let's see who's up next. I don't know that we have the senior games here yet, so.
Who's next?
So we have an opportunity to take a break if you like. So. Keep an eye out.
Do you need the microphone down? Okay. Hey, good morning. I'm Diane Foster, president of the Washington State Senior Games. I do have, I have some of these event guides for the board here, so they can look to see. This is from our current year, and we'll make a new one for next year. I think on the advice of someone last year noticed we didn't have a phone number, so appreciate that you guys saw that, and we included that, plus our website is there so they can get to whatever information is online. And we're currently working on getting the schedule for 2025 already figured out. We tend to stay in the same places, but sometimes we move around depending on availability of the school or the venue. We've been in the business of the Senior Games since 1997. And this year we were actually, had one of the original founders. She competed at age 90, she was 94, 96 even. She was 96. She was born in 1928. So she competed in the shot put and discus. So it's sort of great to have somebody have that idea back in 1996, and we've been doing that ever since. So this year, sorry, I've got my phone on. This year we had 1,819 registered athletes, which is I think our third best number. We sort of were behind with the COVID, after COVID years, and I think we're getting back. People are getting the word, and it's more energy and excitement. We've had records in the pickleball had a record turnout with over 500 pickleball players. So that is actually one of our biggest events. Tumwater High School had our third biggest event with the 227 athletes participating in the track and field and the running and jumping and throwing events. And then soccer is our second most attended, is about 263. So some of the team sports we've been seeing, those are usually where we'll get a big number of teams and they'll stay for the weekend. So we're working on trying to make sure we can attract in teams from out of state. Soccer was especially, we could see a lot of numbers from Canada and from California and from Oregon that came up to compete in soccer. So we get, actually I had an email just replying to a lady from Mexico who competed in swimming. And so she's already asking about next year. So in terms of beyond the 800 plus athletes, we do have a lot of volunteers and official small armies. And we actually try to use local organizations to help out. So we'll bring in volleyball. We'll have the high school volleyball program come in and help with setting up the swimming. They'll do the lap counting. They're so energetic when they do that. They get excited to see these seniors competing. And the track and field, we brought in people from Black Hills High School, from Tumwater High School, from different Girl Scouts. Even we had a bunch of Girl Scout troop that was there, and they just had a blast doing all the little things that could run around. So that brings in more than just athletes, and then all of the spectators will come and watch Grandpa and Grandma run. And so there's always not just the one person, there's more. And I had a conversation actually just last weekend with a lady who's 80, and she was asking about the power walk. She and a lady from Seattle area, they walk about 2 miles a day. And so she's asking about the rules of power walk, and they go, well, we know Ramon Brown. She was a lady who was 100 years old that did the power walk before. We're going to ask her about how to do the power walk. So that's just an illustration of, that old commercial where it says, you tell two friends and you tell two friends. So here we've got two new people that sort of communicated with this 100-year-old, and we've got 2 more additions to our total. And this year was a national qualifying year, which means that the people who finished in the top places will go on to compete in Des Moines, Iowa. And part of our problem next year is that they scheduled the National Senior Games around the same time as ours. So we're going to actually shift some of them so we don't drop down for the number of people that go to the nationals. But I usually try to encourage those who didn't qualify. This is your chance to win. So if the person that went to nationals was, gold medals, this girl that was fourth, she can come in and get gold, maybe. So anyway, there's always opportunities. I think that covers it. We had some, I think we had a lot of fun. We had some challenges with pickleball on one of the days that was a little bit warm and had two people. They both spent an evening in the hospital, but the next day the guy competed again. So it was just because of heat-related illnesses. But people like coming here, that we get rave reviews, thank yous from many different athletes, and they just love our track and field. It is well known throughout Oregon and California as the best track and field meet on the Pacific Northwest. Okay, so I think that's about my spiel. I didn't do anything. I've got pictures, but I haven't had time to edit. And one other note, if you knew Jack Kiley, he was the president before me. He passed away in January. So we lost one of our board members, but his daughter, Erin Kiley, has been instrumental in helping us continue with what she learned from her dad. Any questions?
Well, I'm sorry to hear about Jack. He was always on point and very sharp fellow. So
Yes.
In looking at this, there isn't any one particular project or thing that the funds are going to be used for. Is that correct?
Well, it's the whole, we've expanded it from middle of June through all of, through middle of August. And so it's the project is all of these competitions. So in order to be able to have to pay for the stadium. So it's the venue costs, it's the officials, and they're, I think some of the, like the parks and rec, we haven't had anything at the parks here. Oh, no, we do have the golf down at the Tumwater Valley Golf Course.
Right.
So, it's one of those things where it isn't a date or a project. It's
Right.
it's almost 3 months there, June, July, August, and it's quite a lot of work for us to keep, but we do appreciate the ability to keep our costs down for the athletes so that they can keep continuing to come, and then they'll have that extra money to go spend at the little craft district and explore the Tumwater area and find out what's cool here.
Well, I've always been a fan of the games, again, for the record.
Thank you.
But and I see value in being able to fund in that a lot of the money actually does come back into the community, and you attract a fair number of out of town visitors as well for the
Definitely,
event.
yes.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack put a lot into this. I'm glad to see you guys are continuing on.
Yes,
He
we
put
are.
a lot of effort and a lot of years into this program, and it's a great deal.
Yeah, I've been working with the Senior Games since 2001 and sort of an understudy in a bit way, but I'm still working full-time for the state. So it's been this was a challenge for me to try to keep things going because Jack had time available, but we have to look to see how we can continue that great tradition that he started.
It's great. Thank you.
We were just discussing about trying to get volunteers and how difficult it is to get volunteers. So it was great that you included that as part of your.
Exactly. Yeah. I think we found our niche with some of the high school athletes, and it's a fundraiser for them. I have a handbell choir that I play in, and they come and help with the awards at the track meet and at the cycling race. So without those kind of organizations, they'll see what this is going on, and they'll come back and they'll know what to do next year.
And you said this year was a qualifying event for a lot of these to qualify them to were they able to go to Iowa? Has that already happened then, or when?
So the nationals are every other year on the odd year, so they qualify in even. So next July is
be
when
in
they
Iowa.
will have nationals. So
Do you think that's why you have people from out of state or country that come? Because
yeah, we
it's
do.
kinda like qualify from Boston, or
it is, and sometimes they see, like there a lady from California who was trying to find a place, and she misread the California site, and so she missed the opportunity. So they'll come to our state. and it's a better time for them to compete.
Format for that as well. Oh, good. Do we have any other questions for that? All right. Okay. Thank you so
you.
much.
Thank you so much.
Well, Chuck, can we do a little 5K around the Brewfest? Running with mugs or something? No. Running before or after the event? No. sorry.
Hi, my name is Chuck Denny. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Tumwater, here to talk to you about Brewfest 2025. Now, I gave you a sticker and a bottle opener, promotional items for Brewfest, and I thought, well, geez, if I just give it to the four of you, then it looks like I'm bribing you. So we gave it to everybody in the room. So it's really just more of a marketing ploy, is how we're going to see that. So enjoy that. I have control here with this. Outstanding. Okay, Tumwater Brewfest. We're going into our 11th year. A little odd for a city to be putting on a beer festival, but really we started this in 2014 as a way to honor the legacy of brewing in Tumwater, work towards bringing brewing back to Tumwater, and put a focus on the redevelopment of the old Olympia Brewery campus. It's gone very well. Brewfest, let's see where I'm at. Brewfest, let me talk about LTAC dollars. And you've had questions that I've heard all morning about LTAC dollars and how they're used. And are we really promoting tourism, or are we just buying stuff to hold an event? And I would tell you that we focus 100% of our LTAC dollars for Brewfest on bringing people to town, generating tourism, getting people from outside of our area to come here, and encouraging them to stay and take part in all that Tumwater has to offer. I think, and you can probably attest to, most of our hotels are full on Brewfest night. Some more than others. Some have a great location for that. Our LTAC funds, as I was going over with our marketing staff last week, we use it for marketing and social media. So it's Facebook, the city's Facebook, Instagram. We use all the Olympia and McClatchy sites. We put it in Showcase Magazine. We advertise in SIP Northwest Magazine, The Stranger, Seattle Gay News, industry sites in brewing and distilling like Untapped and Brewbound. We go through Northwest Military Publications, several radio stations, KNKX, KGY, KYO, other ones. It's on the city's website. We advertise through Eventbrite, which is our ticketing agency. And of course, I have to say, we work closely with and appreciate all the help that we get in promoting tourism through Experience Olympia and beyond. We use them in their publications to get the word out as well. So started in 2004 with 5 breweries and 14 beers. It was a very small year. We had 1 tent, very small event. It's grown into an event that we've had up to 55 brewers and almost 200 beers. We've scaled that back a little bit because of COVID and staffing and some other things. 2011, we saw 41 breweries, about 123 different beverage choices. So it continues to grow. We hope to get to about 5,000 attendees in 2025. We attract brewers, cider makers, distillers, and meaderies to our event. And I can tell you it is from all over. So it's from Edison, if you know where that is, up in the north by Bellingham. So it's Edison, Bellingham, that area, all the way down to Redmond and Bend in Oregon, and out on the coast from Astoria to Westport to Aberdeen, and then east all the way to Spokane is where we're getting our brewery. So everything in that, most of Washington State and into Central Oregon is where our brewers are coming from to attend this event. A source of pride for me is we hear a lot from brewers, staff-wise, about the success of our event and how much they appreciate our event, which is really the whole point in getting them here and having it be successful. So every year I do a survey monkey survey of all the brewers that come, and we get comments back about how the event went, what their experience was, what they'd like to see done better. So, and I got to read a few of those to you. So, coming from Ghostfish Brewery, which is one of the only gluten-free breweries in the state, located in downtown Seattle. They say best brewfest in the state, hands down the most organized and planned out brewfest we have ever attended. Bowie Brewing out of Astoria, Oregon, top notch, by far the best brewfest we've ever attended, either as a producer or a member of the general public. Reuben's Brews, which is in Seattle. This is a very successful event. We can't do every festival, but we always prioritize Tumwater Brew Fest as it's the #1 that our staff want to attend. And last, from Fremont Brewing, which is also in Seattle, this fest is one of the best I've ever seen in Washington and Oregon. I've been to dozens and helped coordinate more than 10 individual fests. Your team is outstanding. The crowd was energized and excited. Tumwater rocks. That's coming from Fremont Brewing. So I have a little video to show. I only have 2 slides. One's this slide and one's a video. So this is the layout event from this year. I'm hoping this plays. It is. There you go. The event generates enough revenues to support its operations, and combining that with the work that city staff does and all the sponsorship money we get. An event that we've been able to do rain or shine and have an emergency fund. It was an interesting year this year, as you might remember that Saturday in August when the lightning and the rain came. That was at the very end of the event, which changed things up a bit for us this year. But still, overall, a great success. We raised $5,000 for Thurston County Special Olympics. And we also raised, every year we raise between $500 and $1,000 for the Tumwater Valley Panthers, which is the Special Olympics golf team that operates out of the Tumwater Valley Golf Course. So with that, we're looking for another successful event. I hope that you will consider us as part of your allocation, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
I thought when we had the results after the weather event that y'all scrambling to pack everything up.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it was a long pause and a late night. Yeah.
yeah. You started out with great weather,
Yeah.
so it was murderously hot. So good. All
Okay.
right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, Chuck. Jill. Good morning, Jill. We're running ahead. Really? So we'll give you a few minutes to take a deep breath. You don't have to just come rushing up here. That's okay. So, got a few minutes here.
Hand these out to all in advance if that's.
So is ABBA sold out for the weekend?
Oh,
I'm not sure what they're, where they're at. Sure, I don't think it's sold out though.
Okay.
Are you presenting?
I am. Did I do something?
No, I didn't realize that.
Okay, we have some time.
Excuse me, while she's.
You bet. Amazing, this is the 100-year anniversary.
Of the venue. Yeah, and also the Olympia Film Society's Capitol Theater as well, which just makes me think like Olympia,
Right.
wow, 100 years ago, you were really rocking and rolling.
Yeah, because there
Going-
used to be more theaters downtown back in the day, like movie theaters, I think, so, yeah. And, yeah.
Jill, are you able to email me the presentation?
I'm sorry. Can I just give you the drive?
We're not supposed to put external
Oh.
devices into the city hardware. That's why I asked for ahead of time.
I don't have to use it. I don't. I only have it on my drive. I don't know how I can email it to you. I'm sorry. Otherwise, I was gonna have to recruit them all. Do the singing, dancing.
I think they should still do that.
You're on point for that.
Yeah, I had questions about that one, if the orchestra, will they be, it's gonna be at the center, are they gonna be in the pit then, or
No, it's
how are they doing this?
huge. There's gonna be like up to 65 people on stage. It's not the full orchestra, it's a smaller orchestra, and they'll be sporadic throughout on stage, like 2 to 3 musicians here. And then Alex will be conducting from center and stage, and the actors will be milling all around.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really exciting.
It's gonna be really, yeah. So is there a splash zone that we need to avoid as far as, sometimes you never know with these
It's-
productions.
It's a grisly tale.
Yeah, it's a grisly tale.
And then Masterworks is also in it, right? So
Oh,
they'll-
are they too?
Yeah, they have a small chorus with it as well, and then they won't be milling around. They'll have a static spot
Uh-huh.
where they're singing from.
I think just go just to see how y'all are gonna stage this is gonna be just worth it.
We're
Very
excited.
ambitious.
Stop looking. Okay.
We're still on schedule, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're ahead of schedule, so.
I don't know what to do here. It's, what are we?
Okay, your time's up. Thank you.
I still don't know how to do any of this.
Well, you have brochures in front of you, so that'll help your imagination to start flowing. So you want me to jump in?
Ready.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for your patience, and I do apologize for that. This is Jill Barnes. I'm with the Washington Center for the Performing Arts, and I'm really excited to share some highlights from the past year and how LTAC has supported our work at the center. As a reminder, we have 5 venues that we support, 2 at the Washington Center, 2 at SPSCC, and we're working with Harlequin through the end of 2024. We serve residents of and visitors to Thurston County, as well as 17 local artistic partners who perform on our stage all year long. Well, last season, so the 23-24 season, I'm delighted to share that we really feel like we've recovered from the pandemic. We had 416 events throughout the 5 venues that I just mentioned, 47 sold out performances, over 103,000 patrons attended. Our ticket sales have really grown, and we're well ahead right now of national trends with regards to subscribers. In fact, I had a little chart. So the national average for renewing subscribers, okay, so people who subscribed last year and are renewing for the subsequent year, is 69%. And right now, the Washington Center, we're at 75%. But where we've seen a ton of growth is with new subscribers. So the national trend of new subscribers year over year is about 46%. And right now we're trending at 81%. And that's just kind of bonkers growth. And we're really excited about that. And I don't know what to say, but that's not necessarily the story of a lot of my peers along the I-5 corridor. So we feel very fortunate about that. And I have a few theories about it, but that's for another time. We had 13 sold out shows last season that the Washington Center presented, including Tig Notaro, Pink Martini, Indigo Girls, Potted Potter, 2 shows of the Broadway tour of Stomp, A Taste of Ireland, and we also sold out our regional Comedy Underground and Black Box Jazz. So things have been going well, and people are back to live performances. Not only are we serving the community well by offering local companies and residents a home stage, as well as access to international artists when they attend as patrons, but arts and culture have proven to be magnets for travelers. Local businesses benefit when travelers extend the length of their trips to attend cultural events. Travelers who include art and culture spend more than other travelers. They're more likely to stay in overnight lodging. They're more likely to spend $1,000 or more during their entire stay. And 1/3 of the nation's arts attendees are from outside the county in which the arts event took place, which matches what our ticket sales tell us. These tourists also spend twice as much as their local counterparts. We work with Experience Olympia and beyond to inform our patrons about hotels and dining options and other experiences. We offer information for patrons on our website. We include information for out-of-town guests on electronic ticket reservations and performance reminder emails. We are continuing to put more and more money into our digital marketing strategy. This feeds into the manner in which most people consume information these days, and there's an immediate call to action. In fact, we just contracted with Capacity Interactive, which is the premier digital marketing consulting firm for the arts. Specifically, we're focusing at the moment on website analytics and optimization to improve the user experience and drive revenue. We're confident that the outcomes will help us engage audiences, build community, and market smarter. Our email newsletters, people really depend on those for information. They come back very high from our post-show surveys about how people learn about our events, and we're increasing our lists. And yeah, and of course our website, which has all of the most up-to-date information. Lodging tax funds support our strategic marketing plan to promote events and activities, and this in turn enhances tourism in Tumwater. We have extensive advertising which reaches markets beyond the immediate Olympia, Thurston County, Tumwater, Lacey area, targeting cities beyond a 50-mile radius. And that includes from digital and print advertising, media, and other communications. We also serve Tumwater residents and have many volunteers as well as sponsors from Tumwater, including Reliable Electric and Maconie's and Capital City Press. We love working with all of them. We had a pretty good season last year, so we amped up our season for this coming year. It's the biggest year we've ever put together. More events, bigger events, and we're really excited that we're hiring an education and community engagement director to take advantage of all the unique opportunities for local residents and specifically middle school and high school students while we have artists in from out of town. So there's a lot going on, and we're optimistic that the investments will have good returns. And that's my presentation without the visuals. So if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to do my best to answer them.
Looks like a great season. I think your success is on the variety that you're offering. So quite a lot of great events that you're offering this year. So that's really cool.
Yeah, I think that has to do with our new subscribers too. There's such a big variety and so many of them everyone can find. 5 shows to put together. We've also seen a big trend of people moving to the area from larger communities or who have expectations of cultural offerings. And even people who moved here in like 2018, 2019, they're just kind of now discovering us, some of them. This is all anecdotal while I talk to people in the lobby, but I'm seeing a real trend, and I think that that's helping with our new subscribers.
And then one of the benefits too is that you do where the jurisdictions have like you offer an evening that this jurisdictions.
Yeah. So last year we had our first the Tumwater Youth Arts Showcase. What did you call it? The showcase? Yeah, and that was like crazy successful. Yeah. Parents and kids had a great time, and we've got 2 nights on the books coming up. They're about a week apart, I think. I'm not sure the month, maybe February. Okay.
So we'll be doing that again.
Mm-hmm.
That event. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it was so popular.
Well, giving the kids the opportunity to perform on a big stage like that is pretty cool. So
yeah, we're glad we can find some dates and make that work.
Oh.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you,
Thank
too.
you.
Thanks for your support.
running. About the event that they did last year, that was all the bands from like middle school, elementary, was that what? I didn't get a chance to go.
Yeah, over 500. Good problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 500, yeah. And then everyone just realizing that I think the center doesn't under 1,000 people that they can seat, so it's like 9 something, so yeah. Yeah.
It's probably one of the highlights.
Yeah, cool. I didn't know you guys we were doing that. Is that through us or is it through the school district?
It's our program.
Okay, right.
He's the first year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I haven't been to a Tumwater Arts meeting for a while. So.
Yeah.
Are we, is it a thing still? I don't know if we had that was on the initial committee, but when we did that,
That's
right. So that's not the one you're talking about. You're talking about okay. Re-engaged there.
Yes.
Yeah. We were just trying to see what would work or not. So making sure people have plenty of time. So yeah, this is a good test.
Can adjust it back to 10 minutes for the next.
Great idea.
It all depends on the funding. I mean, this year, I feel like we're stuck a little bit. We're gonna get stuck.
Well, and then we had some new events that took a little bit more time to ask some questions, so it's nice to
Yeah,
have that
that's true.
opportunity, but yeah. And speaking of new events, I'm not sure if our next presenter is ready. Is this Megan? Megan, do we have Megan ready? Are you Megan?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. You can go early.
They're not required to be here if I recall also, right?
We gave them the option if they wanted to,
Present or not.
or to be either on here in person or.
Right.
Okay.
So we're just ahead of schedule. They're scheduled for.
Oh. That's Chris with Big Fair.
What about the road construction gonna be done out front?
Never.
It feels like that. I've been driving by the high school for a year, bouncing down that road thinking.
I think you appreciate when it's all smooth again. It's amazing what they find underground. To be addressed, yeah.
It's a shortcut across town. How many times I can keep taking it.
I know. We do need to punch that road through. Right, yes. Someday, so we can connect to Tumwater Boulevard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every way I go home is construction in a way, so they're doing something on Somerset Hill Drive, which I drive, and it's not even our project, I don't think it's, and so the construction there, and then we're doing safe roads to school on Linwood, where we're clearing shrubbery so we can put sidewalks to Michael T. Simmons, so that's happening on Linwood. And then we have this up front, so yeah, but we got the roundabouts done.
Yeah, I got the big one done downtown.
Yes.
Thought that was gonna take another year.
No, I know, right? I thought that, yeah,
You need to have a navigator on board to get through it, but
yeah. I know, Dave Nicandri says it's fun.
if you're coming
It's
from
fun to
the
drive.
west, thinking,
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah, but at least
it's
people
like
aren't
2 roundabouts to go around.
blazing through it. They're not like speeding. Sometimes you get where people just get real aggressive. Seems like people are still cautious.
I think you need to be a little aggressive in all roundabouts or else you cause a problem.
Yeah.
You get in there. When the crowd, everybody that stops at a roundabout, it causes the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still, yeah, some,
Cause you're looking over here as you're going this way, so you don't want anybody stopping in front of you, cause you're
Yeah.
looking
you also want to get T-boned.
to get in there.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I like roundabouts are way better than lights.
Yeah.
Way safer too.
Well, that was the thing.
Less
where-
maintenance,
yeah.
less cost.
Well, and then how long you can support an intersection. That's the things, one of my other shared things, public
Yeah.
works I've learned. Because, yeah, how long you can maintain, like with lights, you know, as far as the amount of people, how long that will last, pushing it through as opposed to doing a roundabout.
There's no maintenance in a roundabout.
Yeah.
The electrical requirement, the power goes in around here all the time.
Yeah, I was curious because I used to work at DOH and then just that whole trying to get down Capitol Boulevard. I haven't had the 5 o'clock. I haven't been here at 5 o'clock to see what Capitol Boulevard looks like. Trying to get everybody hitting that, about to get to the I-5s. I don't know if it's backed up like it
I
used
haven't
to be.
been down there either.
Yeah, I don't go that way. So, there it is.
They're obviously gonna be doing construction during high school now, right out front here, right? So.
Yeah, that is supposed to be
The
actually
buses.
winding up pretty soon. So, because they've been working like at evenings and stuff and the weather's been holding, so they were here over, see, I was trying to think last week when we were at the city council, but yeah, they were there in the evening. We're trying to get as much done then.
They're gonna finish that this calendar year?
Oh, yeah, it'll be done here. Oh, you
The
having
whole
that
road,
paved?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it'll be done here.
They
Yeah,
got another
it'll be-
month. motivation.
Same thing like with the South Pacific, but we're trying to stay on top of that one. Just. So, but,
It still doesn't make the owner sell, though, does it?
no. People come with the government, you know, you take people. You're not, it doesn't work that way.
Gotta be they gotta be modified so they'll sell it.
There's a lot of interest. People that are interested in developing and stuff. And so what we're doing is when we're doing the brownfield, the study to find out, we're doing that, find out what's under the ground. So yeah, so we know.
Right, ancient stuff down there.
You know what, that and then Department of Transportation, the whole facility there too, just to find out what's under the ground, what we get to deal with. Thank you.
Production. See a lot of stuff.
Everybody ready?
I think we are. Welcome.
Thank you. So I was going to tell you a little bit about me first. I am new to Harbor Days. I just took over, but I'm not new to organizing and producing shows. I've spent the last 20 years organizing the Olympia Wind Boat Fair, so I do have a lot of experience with it. Although this piece is new, we haven't done grants with the Olympia Wind Boat Fair, and so I'm learning as I go. So the Olympia Harbor Days is the last known tugboat festival of its kind. We offer vintage tugboat races, local and out of area small business vendors, like live music, kids STEM-based activities, and much more. We are a free community event, and we pride ourselves on creating an equitable event for all by offering free admission, music, dockside boat tours, and activities to enjoy, like sand and wood carving contests, the Lego build games for the kids to play in the park, 2 stages with live entertainment. We also have roaming entertainment and artists that provide their painting on site or their wandering musicians. We have face painters. We have pirates and clowns that roam and hand out balloons to the kids. Remote controlled boats. Free toys for the kids are offered at the Harbor House Treasure Chest. We have illuminated dancers, fire dancers, and the last few years we added the drone show and the night market. We offer over 300 different things for people to see and do at the festival throughout the weekend. We also organize cruises on the Virginia 5 and Lady Washington that bring people to the port for the weekend from Seattle, as well as bus people down here so that they can board the ship at the end of the weekend and return. We continue to work closely with our tribe to add more historical sharings and activities for our community to enjoy. We work with many other nonprofit organizations in the area for support with setup, tear down, and event activities. And usually we give them a booth space or to raise awareness about their groups, or we donate funds to their group in exchange for the needed support with our on-site event. We're one of the featured events of the Washington National Heritage Area and a tourism-based National Park Service destination. By offering a unique and diverse variety of opportunities for education, history, community, and STEM-based focused activities, we draw a large amount of people from over 50 miles away to Olympia and surrounding areas. Our goals are to continue to share the history of our tugboats,
our community, and our tribal history through educational and outreach opportunities at our event. We also hope to continue to support the arts, the local businesses, and to continue to increase tourism to downtown Olympia and surrounding areas like Tumwater. Many of our guests at Harbor Days have reported that they stay in Tumwater hotels and often extend their stay beyond our dates to tour other attractions in the area. So I passed out the couple of our posters and pamphlets about it for you guys to look at. We utilize a wide variety of media, from printed materials, social media, TV, radio, and offer giveaways to draw people to our event and the area. The use of geofencing has shown us that we bring 45% of people from over 50 miles away and 5% from out of state in Canada. We advertise local hotels to all these people traveling from out of town. Many people have reported enjoying their stay in Tumwater, as it is close and an easy drive down Capitol to our event. I had the pleasure of visiting with one such couple from Arizona this year who were staying in Tumwater. They told me that they just happened to be in town last year and attended Harbor Days and decided to make it a planned trip with friends this year. They also extended their stay to visit other attractions in the area and asked me about a few other events that go on for future visits. Our event has been a part of our community for over 50 years. It has grown over the years to include many new attractions beyond tugboats, like the Friday night market with the drone show. A large part of our ability to offer so much at no cost to our community is due to the support of local grants. We hope to continue to offer all that we do to our community, as well as continue to add more to the event that reflects our community with inclusive, engaging, educational, and historical opportunities. And then, do you guys have any questions?
Thank you, Megan. You have questions?
But this event's pretty old, right? This is the first time you're
Yeah,
part of this committee.
Yeah, it's the first time I've done any grants, and it is so definitely a little nervous. But this is the first time Harbor Days has applied to Tumwater. They've been going for over 50 years, but they also have applied to a couple other grants in the past.
And we have it down as a new event, so that was why we realized, you've been around here serving the community for, I didn't realize it was 50 years.
Yeah, they're, I think it's like 52 years. I'm not sure. I know Boat Fair, I know a lot better because I've done that one for years, and I'm just catching up with everything with Harbor Days.
Yeah.
And I know they've been around longer than the Wooden Boat Fair, and we've hit over 45 years with Boat Fair. So, but I think they had their 50th a couple years ago, right around COVID, I believe.
So you mentioned the geofencing.
Yeah.
You can tell, right, how many nights were spent on water?
Yeah, they, and I haven't, 100% honest, I have not gotten the opportunity to look at the data from this year from that. And I'm still working with Carol. She's coming in to kind of show me different things like that. But she said that between that and when we do the giveaways and the raffles and things like that, we have questions on there, and people, what else did they come see? Where did they stay? Things like that. And so, but when we just started using the geofencing, I think this last year was our first year using that. And it's been a great tool for seeing how many people are coming from out of town and things, and who's in the area during your event.
Great event, been to many times. I think the boats are older than the event.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of them are.
It's the big event for the city, and it's been around a long time.
You used to do the Chowder Fest. Was that part of it? I realize that takes a lot of volunteers. Yeah.
They used to have the Chowder
that
Fest at
separate?
Swantown.
Yeah.
They did it a few years the same weekend as Boat Fair. And so, but it was its own event.
It's its own event. Okay.
Yeah.
Thought it was all part of your purview as well. So, yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
coming today. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a lovely day.
Thank you. We're ahead of time, and I know you're Lake Fair. That's what I realized. Welcome, Chris. Do you want to go ahead and go early? Okay.
Hi.
Good morning.
Let me, so if I want to go, I push the right arrow?
Should be able to just click, you can give the whole text real quick if you want.
Yeah, I'm a paper person. So, so I'm Chris Ray from Capital Lake Fair. And Megan was saying she was nervous, and I'm very nervous too. This is my second year doing this, and I was telling a friend that this is compared to like a first date, a job interview combined, and I was never very good at either. So forgive me for shaky voice or anything.
No worries.
So here we are, ready to start planning for the 2025 Lake Fair. And I used to think Lake Fair just popped up overnight for us to enjoy, but I'm here to tell you it's a year-round effort. I'm not going to read that. Just a bit of history here. We're coming on year 68. So I think most of you know what Lake Fair is, but do you know about our community service? Do you know about our scholarship awards? How we give nonprofit food vendors the opportunity to raise much needed funds for their organizations? We do about 15, I think more actually, community service events between March and October. Sometimes other months, but that's March and October. We have up to 7 or 8 nonprofit organizations in Lake Fair's Food Row, raising their much needed funds. And we award about $17,000 in post K through 12 scholarships to several local area students every year. These are just but a few examples of our annual community service events. Each ambassador gives, and their scholarship ambassadors, used to be royalty, gives between an average of, well, not a between, an average of 150 hours of volunteer time every year. And their chaperones and our officers and board of directors and volunteers give hundreds more. One of the ambassador's favorite and most moving events is the Relay for Life, especially last year when our lead ambassador shared her battle with childhood cancer, and she's in remission. These events bring a new life perspective to each ambassador. But let's move on to why we're here, to talk about Heads and Beds and how we promote Tumwater as a great place for not only lodging, but eating and other activities. Tumwater's lodging is much more affordable than downtown Olympia, and while we don't have perfect numbers, we know we send parade participants, vendors, and entertainers your way for lodging needs. I'll go ahead and talk about the vendors and the parade participants hail from Oregon to Canada. And these are the places that we take our float to, and we spend money there, and they in turn bring their people to our thing. And our stage performers are up to 25 entertainers, and that is in addition to their bands and their stagehands and their crew. And our arts and crafts food vendors number over 80 vendors, and plus their booth help. So just a couple of examples how we promote Tumwater on our website. On our main website, we list Tumwater as the middle city there as one of our most important supporters. And that links to the City of Tumwater webpage. In our FAQs, the bottom left, we list Tumwater, and it links to your activities, visits, things to do page. We also list several specific things to do in Tumwater here. some of my favorites. I know I can't stop calling it Tumwater Falls Park, but I know it's now Brewery Park. But that's one of my favorite places and watching salmon. It's not shown here, but all of our online applications, entry forms, information sheets, encourage Tumwater as a lodging choice and a place to go to do things while they're here, as do our contracts and email correspondence as we move forward in the process after choosing vendors and entertainers. So how we use your generous gift, and it's very generous, and we really appreciate it. While we have over $300,000 in expenses, and it should be much less, but it's gone up. We've narrowed down what we would use your lodging tax dollars for. And one is to help fund our promotional float travel, where we promote Tumwater at about 14 to 15 other festivals and parades, and it's between Oregon and Canada. And our promotional travel expense is about $35,000. And this includes not only the travel and the lodging and the food, but also the new theme for each float. I mean, every year we have a new theme for our float, and we tear it completely down, and the volunteers come in and they completely build a new theme. And those materials are costly. So the decor and the maintenance, and we've done a lot of maintenance and repair on our float this year as well. Another way we spend it is our Tumwater office space, where we store our float, and other storage lots in Tumwater where we store trailers and such. And our rents altogether in Tumwater run $39,000. And the float lives right outside of my office, and I just love going to work every day and seeing that thing. So we're asking for $8,000 in Tumwater lodging funds to help pay for these. It's that's pretty much all I have. I'm happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
Is there a reason why we're not asking Olympia this year?
I'm
We-
sorry, I have here.
Oh, I see that you're not asking Olympia for any funding?
We are. We applied. I haven't heard from them yet. I don't think they've, they were due on Wednesday, last Wednesday, so they haven't. Yeah, we're hoping that this is the year.
Yeah, it's in history, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate the fact that you're still up and running.
Yes, thank you.
These years, so thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
So where
Maybe
is
I'll
the
get
storage?
better.
Where are you guys located? What storage?
We're down right by the Olympia Regional Airport.
Okay.
So off 99, there's this little street by all
Oh.
these storage units.
Right.
This
okay.
gigantic warehouse.
Okay.
Float lives in there, and my office is way in the back.
Okay.
And then we have storage lots farther down 99 on the right. So I'm with trailer, the wash trailer,
Yeah.
the thing that carries the float to festivals and
Yeah.
several things that we
Yeah.
rent there.
Doesn't quite fit in somebody's backyard, so yeah. So, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. These are the last ones they've been here all day. You would, yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna ask, so we're all sitting here like, oh, you guys, we were gonna save the best for last, but what could I say? So.
Is that on purpose? I appreciate you letting us bring our team too. We have some new folks, and I think it's really good to see how the process works. So we also understand what is priority to everybody in the community. So thanks for letting us all be here. Got some examples of materials, just things that we've put together in the last year. You to take a peek at.
Thank you.
There's a slide on off on the side that it gets turned off. But guess I have to point it at the thing, huh? You know, this is weird. So
So you may have to, you may have to just prompt.
I'm not pushing anything.
That's me.
Oh, okay, that's
So
cool.
You may just have to prompt.
Okay, maybe I can hit the arrows. No? Okay, so you can advance it. So basically, we're just asking for funds to support our year-round tourism promotion and marketing and sales efforts. We are known as the official destination marketing or destination management organization for Thurston County, and that includes the city of Tumwater. We're part of an interlocal agreement to have us produce the scope of work on your behalf, so just a reminder about that. We always commit all of the public funds in our budget, whether they're lodging taxes or tourism promotion area assessments, to reaching people 50+ miles away expressly. We understand that that's our job. We'd love to provide community support where we can, but we know those funds have to be used to put people into your hotel room. So we keep that at the front of mind, and that is our priority. One of the things I think folks don't think about a whole lot is that we're not just doing this work year round. We're being very scientific in our approach. We're looking at where we have need periods, not only just in terms of visitation to Tumwater, but what are our need periods in our Tumwater hotels. I think Satpal spoke to one of the applicants about the date of their event, and that FYI, that date is full. We really try to do our best. We can't always know, but we do try to anticipate, looking at historical data and current data, to understand where our work is needed most, whether it's through marketing initiatives or through direct sales through our sports commission. We are part of several organizations, one of which is Destinations International, where we learn what is industry standard today. And understanding visitation and how to account for visitation is really central to our work. It's also really important that we are using technologies that, if we're talking about marketing, or one function of marketing, like advertising, that we're not placing an ad somewhere that we can't measure and that we can't tell if people are coming. So we're using advertising called media attribution, and I'll give you a little more details in a couple slides about how that works. But being industry standard is really important to us, so that we're very efficient and very effective in how we steward the funds that you trust us with. And then the last bullet on here is we started a couple years ago a program called, terrible name, but it is our Lodging Tax Award Recipient Support Program. And when you guys as a panel say, we think this activity, this event, this sport, whatever, should be awarded lodging tax funds, we say, okay, we are going to support you in that, and we're going to throw our weight behind that as well. And we've created a, you can go ahead and advance. We've created a suite of services that everybody that receives lodging tax funds from you, providing that you fund us, that they receive at no additional charge. So other things that we will keep on doing, we will produce the the Tumwater Community Guide. You have an expanded position in our visitor guide. We did that a couple years ago. We've maintained that. Go ahead and this slide depicts that program I was talking about, the Lodging Tax Award Support Program.
So if you were to fund the person before us, we would then reach out. My team is here because we have somebody who specifically oversees the program, and then I have somebody who implements the program. So everybody that's awarded gets a listing, they get event listings, they get social media. We include them in our public relations work that we do. They're included in both our partner and our visitor newsletters. We also have a new resident newsletter that they're getting included in as well. And then if folks want, they can receive geofencing information about their event attendance. We don't make people do this, but we offer it at no charge. One of the things that's new this year that you'll see is we're going to be at the end of the year, actually it'll probably be the beginning of 2025. We're going to be delivering to probably to Brittany and to Eileen. We're going to be providing a proof of performance report where we show for every lodging tax award recipient, here's the social media they received. These are the newsletters they were mentioned in. These are the story pitch sheet that they were listed in. And we're also going to give you their geofencing report so you can see what we captured in that process. So you should have no doubt about the level of service that we're providing in addition to our normal scope of services that we provide. These are just some examples of social media promotion that we did. We also, as I mentioned, put them in visitor email newsletter and PR. Brewery Park is so easy to promote. Like, you're so lucky. We're so lucky to have that. It's crazy. It's something that nobody else has. So we're just pleased that we get to have that as an easy hook. I'm not just saying that because my daughter works there. There may be slight bias, I will disclose, but I also love those. The Sports Commission is actually very central to our work, and it's going through some transitions right now. We're using this year to really audit all of our practices. We're looking at what's industry standard in terms of how we're logging and accounting for our sales work when it comes to sports. Braden, who is new on our team, came to us having just worked at Visit Indy Sports Corp. I think I'm saying this wrong. But so he's really learned some best practices in terms of sports promotion that we're going to look to improve the work that we're providing in that way as well. Go ahead. One of the things I think is important to remind you about is that we do provide your visitor services today. We do not do brick and mortar visitor centers any longer. We did that for years, and we just learned that because of the way we're funded and our budget, if we have to use those dollars to reach people 50 plus miles away and put them back in St. Paul's property, we couldn't do it. I mean, it wasn't working. But what we can do by virtue of experiencetumwater.com, which flows into experienceenolympia.com, we provide a tremendous amount of information to visitors. Last year in 2023, we had over 749,000 page views on the website. We had over 350,000 unique individuals use that site. So we're providing a lot of visitor services today. So I want to keep that in mind. Go ahead. Everything that we do is rooted in data. I don't ever want you to wonder why we're doing what we're doing. It's because we have data to support it. This is an example of Tumwater's daily visitation throughout 2023. And we look at this, we can look at your visitation daily, weekly, or monthly. We try to understand what these peaks and valleys are. So where we have strong visitation, we want to understand why, and where we have valleys, we want to, again, understand why and plan accordingly. This is ugly, but this is probably the most important slide. So I talked a little bit about media attribution earlier, and I want to explain how it works. So the first thing is we do not receive anybody's personal information. So it is a little big brothery, but I want you to know off the get-go, we don't receive anybody's names or anything like that. However, if you have a smartphone and when you open your phone, if you have any apps on it, sometimes it will say, can I track you while I'm open? Or, it asks you for your preferences. depending on how you answer it, your device is able to be tracked by companies that run geofencing platforms. So as an organization, we run 2 geofencing platforms. We use a platform called Datafy, and we use a platform called Placer AI. City of Olympia also used Placer, by the way, for their work. We use the 2 of these because they both have things that they do really well, and they both have things where they don't do it as well. But at the beginning of the year, I sit down with my team and my research director. I have her. We're going to geofence all the county. We're going to geofence Thurston County or Tumwater. We're going to do Olympia, Lacey. We're going to geofence all of our communities. We're going to look at our points of interest. We want to understand what are our lodging properties. Let's make sure we have geofences around those. We then want to look at different sectors. Let's look at food and beverage. Let's look at attractions, at performing arts. So what we do then, once all those geofences are in place, we look at our data and we figure out where on earth everybody's coming from. And then we say, we know where the best fishing ponds are. We then we look at the psychographics that we can get from those platforms as well to see what our audiences look like that are most likely to come to Tumwater. We then create creative ads that we serve up through the system, through a DSP that will land on other people's devices. And at that point, when they say, ooh, that looks fun, I like fish, that one, I'm a photographer, I want to go check this out at a park. They click on it, they go to our webpage. At that point, their device is pixeled. When they then travel to Tumwater and they cross the Thurston County geofence, they cross the City of Tumwater geofence, they're going to wind up in that top bucket up there where you can see that we captured over 33,000 people that we served ads to in other cities 50 plus miles away that came to Tumwater, and we can prove it from the ad that we sent. We then did the same thing with your hotel properties, because we want to make sure if we're taking lodging taxes, that the work that we're doing puts that money back into your coffers so you have more money to work with next year. So then we looked at all of your lodging properties and we brought in over 500, we brought in 507 people to Tumwater hotels last year, bringing in over 1,600 room nights. And when we did the math based on your average daily rate, how many people were per room and how many days they were here, in Tumwater hotels, we brought in over $154,000 of revenue. So based on the award that you gave us last year and how much we brought just to your hotels, it's a 1 to 4 investment. So you give us $1, you get 4 back, and we can prove it. So that is how our organization is running, and that's how our ask is based. So I know that's a lot to take in, but it's a different era in advertising and marketing and sales. So you can go ahead and advance. I'm sure you probably have some questions. Or maybe not.
I am curious where you came up with your ask amount. It's a odd number.
It is based on the work that we do, and it is based on, I took a look at how many lodging taxes the City of Tumwater brought in 2023. We did the same thing with Olympia, and we did the same thing with Lacey, our funding jurisdictions and Yelm, that are all part of our interlocal agreement. And then we looked at the ratio of funding, and we have the City of Tumwater, frankly, funds at a significantly lower ratio than either of any of the other 3 other communities. And so this was an effort to try to get us somewhat closer to that level while still being significantly lower percentage-wise.
But you had mentioned that this particular ask number is calculated from how many room nights are produced percentage-wise between the other
Yes.
cities, right?
Yes.
So our number is way less because obviously less room nights compared to Lacey and Olympia.
Well, no, we're talking about percentages. I mean, we're not talking about room nights. We're talking about percentage of lodging tax generated. We look at, then we look at that percentage. We also looked at how many room nights that we booked and that we could track through geofencing. And then we also added in how many sports events bookings that we did for Tumwater as well. So there is a very specific algorithm, and that's why it is a weirdly specific, it's like, it's not around, 40,000. It's looking at very specific room nights that we know that we can replenish.
You're looking at trying to encourage Yelm to join in as well this year. I was just looking at on the different asks from the cities, and so, yeah.
They actually funded us this year, for the first time. So, and it's all because they want geofencing data. They want that, visitation support, and we can't provide those services to their LTAC recipients if they're not helping fund us. We can't have other communities' lodging taxes paying for services for other communities. We'll tend to not like that.
Full disclosure, I own the hotel in Yom too, so,
Oh, do you, okay.
and it's only one.
Well, yeah, I realize that jurisdictions all have different numbers of hotels that they can draw upon, so, yeah.
And so what we try to do is I always track what each jurisdiction's actual lodging tax bookings are. So that I can, not bookings, how much collections are, so that we can see the differential. We're not going to ask the same of Tumwater that we're going to ask from Lacey or Olympia, but I do look at the percentage and say if they're allocating on average, I'm just going to make this up right now, 15%, and then we have somebody else coming in at 5%, and then somebody coming in at, it's not fair, and then we'll get the questions of, well, why are you doing so much more for one place and not for the other? I'm like, well, because we can only do what we can pay for. And so, but we also understand the optics. So we're trying to get people on a percentage basis in some level of consistency. Knowing full well, we're not going to get to the exact level of parity, but we're going to try.
No, I appreciate that. Someone realized the other day when they saw the brochure that had Tumwater and Beyond, that was even something that existed. And so I appreciate that they didn't know. And it's like, yeah, that your effort has been not just Olympia and Beyond, that you were trying to include all the other jurisdictions as well.
Yeah, we created co-brands a couple years ago so that there's the whole Experience Tumwater that folks could draw from if you wanted to. We have umpteen URLs to help promote Experience Tumwater. We just produced new signage for the visitor center at no charge. We try to be supportive wherever we can. We've purchased URLs to be, to try to capture every possible opportunity for somebody looking for information about Tumwater.
So I'm just curious, do you have an Olympia and Beyond and a Lacey and Beyond?
We do.
Do you?
Yep.
Yeah,
Rochester and Beyond, Grand Mound, yes.
Really?
All jurisdictions have their own. We've created a style guide. We have a graphic standards manual, and they have their own toolkit of graphics that they can pull from if you want to. And some, honestly, I think Tumwater Chamber has used it quite a lot. Tenino uses theirs quite a lot. So it's just discretionary.
Do you, in terms of hard copy, where do these go?
Those go to basically any Tumwater business or hotel that would like to distribute them. So the main visitor guide is the one that goes out of area most. We do provide those out of area by request, but the main visitor guide is going to be the one that's being drop shipped all over the state. Yeah. And on ferries and the airport. But the community guides really tend to service people when they get off the road. They're also on our website digitally.
I'm curious, do you get many requests for hard copy material from, people outside
We do.
the area?
We do. Yep. And that's actually something we track on our scorecard that we produce every month, which is available by download on our website on the industry page. Yeah.
I get an email every month too.
What's that?
I get an email every month too. from
Yes.
You all.
Yes. And I encourage you to look at it because we do want to be transparent about what the work is that we're doing. And those requests are tracked. on that scorecard.
Well, thank you. I'm a data nerd, and so I love all the work that you're doing. So it's just nice to have numbers to support, you know, and how in depth you go into looking at this information. So I appreciate that. It's a lot of work.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that Chris? Welcome to Tumwater Soccer Club.
Do you have a clicker there, Megan?
I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
is it the middle button?
I think either.
We'll just play with it and see what happens. All right. All right, I am Megan Edwards. I am president of Tumwater Soccer Club, and I'm here to talk about our Kick in the Grass tournament that we do every year. Nope.
Okay. Doesn't want to go. Okay, so you can just give me a little talk and I.
Okay. So Tumwater Soccer Club's mission is we try to provide soccer opportunities. We try to keep our costs as low as possible within Thurston County to allow for people to be able to play soccer and get kids out on the pitch. We do have our annual Kick in the Grass tournament. It's one of our one and only fundraisers that we do every year. And that's what gives us the ability to keep costs low for everybody, for our community. So what we do for our fundraising, we maintain, like I said earlier, maintain a low cost for recreational soccer program for use from 5 to 18. We provide quality equipment for our tournament or for our teams. We use local businesses to order all of our equipment through, so supporting local businesses that way. We purchase goals and nets for schools and city parks. We actually just bought and built 2 goals for P2G to have on their fields for their kids to play with at recess. We make donations to the city parks, Capitol Complex out on 93rd. We actually just donated money to them to help finish their irrigation system to provide more soccer fields for kids to get onto. We also provide scholarships to graduating seniors. They can apply and we give them money for college. So next year, this will be our 46th annual Kick in the Grass tournament. It's one of the longest running tournaments in the state of Washington. And we do strive to have it for recreational teams, but we do have club teams that join us as well. In 2024, so this last summer, we had 91 teams participate in the tournament. A total of 162 games were played on 16 fields. We brought in just over 6,000 participants to Tumwater. And so that's a breakdown of what we spent on the tournament. I think our biggest expense was the referees. And this is just a breakdown of where people came from all over Washington to play in our tournament. I think our furthest one this year was Lake Chelan. So for this year, just a breakdown on our tournament, overall attendance was 91 teams, which was 1,502 players, 182 coaches, and 4,506 spectators. We estimate that about 3 spectators per player, which brought in a total of 6,190 people to Tumwater. Teams that traveled 50+ miles was about 32 teams, 500 players, 64 coaches, and about 1,500 spectators, which was a total of 2,064. Teams that traveled over 60+ miles, that was 29 teams, 554 players, 58 coaches, which is a total of 1,362 spectators, and grand total of 1,874 people. And we guesstimate that those 29 teams were the ones that were staying in lodging within Tumwater. So we estimate that nearly 1,900 participants stayed in local hotels during the tournament, 1,024 lodging nights, and a total within our local hotels and campgrounds. So the tournament brings in about 6,000 participants to Tumwater. While attending tournaments, these participants are eating at Tumwater restaurants, shopping at Tumwater stores. The tournament business report that weekend is one of their busiest. We generally try to get around to the Dairy Queen, Taco Bells, those places to warn them when kicking the grass is so that they can be staffed appropriately for the weekend. And then if you can, this is just a little short video that we put together. Thank you. Oh. All right. Any questions?
So all the fields that you play are located in Tumwater?
Yes, we use Pioneer Park, Capital Soccer Fields, and then usually the high school. Depending on the size of the teams that we have, we will expand to other schools, but yeah, yes.
So it's mostly school places that you're playing at? Or
Actually,
fields?
Pioneer Park and Capital Soccer Field are our two biggest arenas. Tumwater High School, we only use 2 fields, whereas Pioneer Park this year, I think we had 5 fields that we were using there. So yeah, we cut one of the full-size fields down into 2 smaller fields, so it allows us more. But yes, Pioneer and then Capital Soccer Field are our 2 biggest venues.
Appreciate what you do, having lived this life. So World Cup is coming to Seattle. I wonder how it affects all what's going to be happening to our region here as far as soccer goes.
Yeah,
So
I'm excited. Kicking the grass is very stressful planning and a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun to watch that many kids out there running around on the field and all their, siblings coming out and running around. So
great experience. I'm glad you provide that. Thank you.
yes.
Maybe other questions?
Thank
Well,
you.
Thank you. So
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our agenda. So
Where is the agenda? Go back to agenda.
yeah, we're at 12:45. We're gonna adjourn and then come back, but we did have.
I think Chuck now will present. his
Oh.
full-
Okay, sorry. How did I miss that? I'm like, huh? What's that?
On that, it's listed on the agenda for the
Okay, all right. Got it. Sorry, Chuck.
Hi, I'm putting on a different hat now. Still Chuck Denny, still Tumwater Parks and Recreation Director. Talking about your overall lodging tax funds, the city takes in 4% in lodging tax funds. City Council has decided in 2016 that how we would use that, we would split the initial 2% of LTAC funds to be designated for tourism-related historic and cultural programs, as well as supporting our historical sites that the city owns. The second 2% of funds is the tourism generating for events and marketing, and that's what you've been considering this morning. So I'm going to flip back and we're going to talk about the first 2%, where we spent that money and where we're planning to spend that money with your approval in 2025. So last year, 2024, pretty typical of how that money is divided up within the city. We spent $70,000 on historic buildings. That's the city's Crosby House, the Brewmaster's House, as well as the historic cemetery on Little Rock Road. $60,000 went to the Olympia Tumwater Foundation, Brewery Park, and Schmidt House. Really, that money goes to them to help support us in what we do in historical programs. Some is tourism related. A lot of it is educational within the city of Tumwater, promoting our history and the programs that we have, whether it's something that happens at one of the historic houses, tours along the Deschutes River, telling people about the history there. I think I use them most when someone calls me and says, geez, we'd really like to know about X in Tumwater history. Or could you find me a picture of Aunt Susan next to the falls before the railroad tracks went in, or something like that? Can always call the foundation. They do the historical research and they provide that information to the city. And lastly, $30,000 for the old brew house tower. This last year, and we're currently still working on it, we're upgrading the security camera system at the old brew tower. That was formerly a system that was line of sight. So as you picture the old brew tower, and you can see it's kind of down in a hole down there in the south basin of Capitol Lake. It was a line of sight system that went from our golf course maintenance building roof to the brewmaster's house to the old brew house. So very convoluted and somewhat sketchy when the weather wasn't good. So we're upgrading that to a Wi-Fi system and putting in some newer cameras that can be accessed remotely very easily. So old brew house tower is a high vandalism site. There's a lot of activity that happens down there. Difficult site to manage. And as we work to renovate that building and turn it into something we can use more often as a city landmark, security is number one. So that's where that money is going this year. So moving into next year, the budget for historical buildings, again, Crosby House, Brewmaster's House, and the historic cemetery remains the same at $70,000. We're doing a lot of work on the Crosby House right now. We currently have a contractor working under the house, doing some fortification and some changes in the foundation system. Next year, we're moving into replacing the cedar shake roof, replacing some siding, painting the house, and putting gutters on it. Not a house that has typically had gutters on it. It is the oldest home in Tumwater. And if you've worked on old homes, you know how that kind of thing goes. So continued work there and working with the Daughters of the Pioneers who inhabit that house. They have all their meetings there, and they keep the interior of the house maintained for us. Historic programs with the Olympia Tumwater Foundation, we're proposing to increase that year at a request by the Olympia Tumwater Foundation, increasing their allotment for the next 2 years by $50,000. So $110,000 to the Olympia Tumwater Foundation. And really, our support of the foundation benefits the city, but it also helps them provide the 2 facilities. And as you've heard today about the importance and the attractiveness of Brewery Park at Tumwater Falls, a lot of that money is going to go to make sure that they are able to maintain that facility and keep it at a level that the public expects and that we can all be proud of. So it's a support mechanism for the Olympia Tumwater Foundation to continue what they're doing. And then lastly, the historic Brewhouse Tower. Next year, we're going to move into that the projects happening at the Brew Tower are kind of on hold right now. The next phase of construction is seismic structure work. It's about a $6 million project to do that work. We don't have $6 million currently to do it, so it's kind of on hold for now as we assess different funding sources for that. So what we're going to do in 2025 is make sure that we seal that building up. If you look at it now, the plastic and thing that we've had over the windows has been blown out or torn out or had bricks thrown through it or whatever's going on down there. So we're going to put plywood in and some thicker plexiglass on the window and seal those up. We have had an engineer design an air circulation system to keep some movement of air within the building so that we don't end up growing various things on the walls and have it turn green inside. So we've done a little work on that. We plan to install that next year, really secure and seal that building up until we're ready to do the next phase of construction. So those are the three places the money's going to go. It's a total of $210,000 from the 2% of lodging tax that's not dedicated for allocation to tourism agencies. And to meet JLARC's reporting requirements, I do need a motion from you to approve that money at some point today. And I'd be happy to take questions if you have it.
So the spike in the 2025 ask is attributable primarily to the Crosby House? Is that the repairs needed?
No, actually, a lot of that funding or additional funding for that project is coming from the city's general fund. The increase that you see here is primarily for the Olympia Tumwater Foundation.
The foundation itself.
Yes. Primarily for Brewery Park. So those additional funds, that'll be a reimbursable situation where they'll spend the money, do a project, spend the money, and then submit that to the city for reimbursement. So we'll know exactly where that money's going.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You want to take action now? So we have a recommended action before us to approve the 210,000 of 2025 lodging tax funds for the historic and cultural facilities and programs. Entertain a motion to approve.
I will motion to approve the 2% lodging tax.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you very much.
Now, sorry. That's
Can we
okay.
discuss the lodging
Yeah, that
funding
was it.
level?
That's good.
Oh, perfect.
You're up next.
Okay. So I was went back and looked at what the fund balances are for the lodging tax and for specifically the tourism portion. The fund balance, as you see on your spreadsheet, that I believe was in your packet, is getting quite large. And most of that is due to a couple factors. I looked back several years on the expenditure side, and the money that has been awarded ever since 2015, I believe, not all of it has been spent in any year. So the spending level has or at least the last many years, has been below the funding level. So not everybody, maybe someone doesn't, and this is even before COVID. So, maybe an event gets funded, but they don't actually end up putting on the event. Before COVID, the gap was not very big. And of course, during COVID and social distancing, and we canceled a bunch of events, people canceled events. And so that gap got bigger. And so that's why the fund balance got so high. Just taking a preliminary look at this, there's enough money. So the committee some years ago decided we should keep about $75,000 of fund balance as a reserve, just to have a little safety net there in case a downturn in the economy or the hospitality business. Even with that, we have some options here. I think for this year, looking at the total amount of the requests, we could raise, instead of 175,000 at that recommended funding level, that was put in about 2.5 years ago when we did the budget. You could potentially you could potentially fund everything at the requested amount. I'm looking at the revenues that have been coming in over the last few years. We don't know, of course, what 2024 is yet, but it seems to be on track with 2023. So I think
instead of the typical about $190,000 that we've been funding at, we could probably increase that to 250,000 and start drawing down that fund balance. And for this year to start off, we could even go a little higher. The only hesitation I have with increasing the funding amount too much is that organizations will tend to, they rely on these funds. And so if we are funding everybody at 100%, at some point the fund balance is going to get down to where we need to lower the allocation to just make it kind of match revenues. So, with the caveat that there might be some really good years for some organizations, and then we might have to just pull that back a little bit to kind of match the awarding with the revenues each year. But despite that, I think there's definitely room to spend some extra money this year if the committee would like to. And because this is a 2025 award, we can just work that into the 2025 budget that we're working on right now.
I think it's a great idea. We look at extending that amount this year. There's been a long group of years of catch up that we never even touched. So for discussion purposes, I think we should look at a $250,000 budget this year.
I think it's fine having the 250,000 budget, but are we still using the same spreadsheet that we normally use where the average is what goes?
Yes.
Oh,
We do that, yeah, after our
Yeah,
break,
yeah.
and then we'll come back and do our amounts that way, so. Yeah, and I didn't know, we talked about trying to, this is kind of an interesting process as far as being able to have a discussion as a board on the different, because we break out and then we come back with our numbers, but to have discussion about, like the funding amounts and all, it's like,
Yeah, that's just pure math based on
Right.
history,
yeah,
regardless of the requests.
yeah.
And that will change year to year, like you mentioned. We follow that, but there's a lot of years of catch up to do, really. We haven't looked at that ever before. This is probably the first year. I've been on this committee, I think, since the beginning. It's probably the first year we really looked at that and thought that, we should probably be utilizing those funds for the community instead of having them sit there.
Mhm.
With that, I'm going to make a motion that we change that to $250,000.
I will second that.
Motion to change our funding amount to 200, from 175 estimated to $250,000 this year. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. One quick question. Would you like to have that, would you like us to budget the same amount for 2026 also? The 250,000 each year? Is that? I think that should be really based upon how many applications we get. And that decision should be made then, because let's say if you have 350,000 next year, then we need to kind of discuss it.
Or if we get 150,000.
Before the meeting.
Could go both ways. I say we wait and see what the applications are.
Okay.
And just go by the standard estimate we've been doing, and it allows us to change it as we just did today.
As this year we
Okay.
ended up with 3 new ones and had some that have dropped off, and so, yeah.
Okay,
My only
sounds good.
concern is like when we do push the funds out, if they use them, but we do get them back again, if they don't choose to, or they're not able to spend the funding that we have provided for them, then it does come back, and so. we're
Yeah,
able to
it
distribute
actually doesn't go out until they pass that documentation
Right,
point.
but in my head, it's like it's already been allocated, but yes, they have
Yeah.
to submit the receipts and,
If we go by this, you're right, yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't actually go out until
yeah,
it passes that point of no return.
yes. But like I said, we have some of the clubs haven't been able to use it, like we had one last year that wasn't able to follow through, and so, so we do have those funds that are put back in.
Yes, they have to follow through and complete the complete legal process in order to get the funding.
Yes, exactly, so.
Do we want to just go through the numbers because it's much easier than to come back at 2:30? I don't know. I mean, everyone.
We've changed them all now, so
You
I would
may-
need some time to
Yeah.
regroup for
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I think and we have Shelley coming to go through the spreadsheet with you. She's
Yeah, we should probably stay on schedule
Okay,
and do
spreadsheet,
that.
okay.
So with that, I would make a motion that we adjourn if we're done with that.
And then
for
we'll
now,
be,
and we'll reconvene at the scheduled time.
we want to do it a little bit early. We can come back. Can we, will Shelley be like, just because we are ahead? So that we want to come back at 2 and say, instead of 2:30, would that give you enough time then? Would that
Absolutely.
be reasonable? Okay. And
That should be fine.
that'll work for Shelley. Okay. All right. So we will adjourn until 2 o'clock. We'll come back and do our funding decisions. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you. Regular computers.
All right, so 2:30 and we are re-adjourning for the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee meeting for Monday, September 23rd, 2024. We'll be going through the roll call process here as far as our everyone will just go down the line here and we'll take it line by line and go ahead and put our numbers in. So Mr. Bills, we'll start with you.
Did you need me to introduce myself again?
No, I don't think so. I think just. Thank you.
Just start with the numbers.
Start with the numbers.
All right. Who do we have? Team tomorrow?
Yeah, we have team tomorrow up.
Team tomorrow, 5,000. 5,000.
Your mic's not working. I don't think we can hear you.
How about now?
There we go.
There it is.
9,000.
Wow.
Now you got the volume up.
9,000.
And so going based on that we have the amount that we have, I have 7,067.
7,067.
I have 10,000.
And 10,000. Big Flight Museum.
Olympic Flight Museum. Change my glasses. Bear with me. 45,000.
43,000.
I have 45,000.
House. Okay. Water Historical Association.
I'm sorry, which one?
Oh, Tumwater Historical Association.
5,000.
5,000.
15,000.
15,000.
Wait a minute.
This is
We-
Brewfest.
No,
Oh, sorry.
You-
Yeah, it's
you're on the wrong one.
third from the bottom.
Oh, from the bottom.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the ask is 5,000 on it. So you can't go over the ask.
Okay. Wow. Okay, 5,000.
I have 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
5,000. Okay, and I apologize if some of these on the spreadsheet are out of order from your list. We noticed that just a minute ago when we went through these. Okay, Olympia Symphony.
Olympia sympathy. That's what it says on my sheet. Olympia sympathy. 7,500.
7,500.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
And 10,000. Hang on. Extra zero on this one. Okay. Next is the Tumwater Area Chamber of Commerce.
And I have to pass.
Okay.
What are we on? Let's see which one. Oh, temporary chamber. Where is that?
That's the Tumwater Downtown Association.
No,
No,
Let's see. It is. Where is it?
Tumwater Chamber of Commerce.
okay,
Area chamber.
Got
There it
it.
is.
10,000.
10,000.
I was being generous. I was going to, I have concerns about this one, but I was saying 25. So, but I do have concerns. So
25,000.
17,500.
And 17,500. Next will be the Olympia Tumwater Foundation.
Olympia Tumwater Foundation, 5,000.
5,000.
5,000 and 5,000.
I have 5,000.
5,000
5,000.
and 5,000. Okay, the Tumwater Downtown Association.
Downtown Association, 30,000.
30,000.
25,000.
25,000.
30,000.
30,000
30,000.
and 30,000. Okay, the Washington Senior Games.
Senior Games, 13,000.
13,000.
12,000.
12,000.
13,000.
13,000
13,000.
and 13,000. Tumwater Artesian Brewfest.
Brewfest, 18,000.
18,000.
15,000.
15,000.
I think I need to abstain.
Okay.
18,000.
18,000. Okay, the Washington Center for the Performing Arts.
Washington Center, 15,000.
15,000.
13,000.
13,000.
15,000.
15,000.
And I have 15,000.
15,000.
Did I skip you?
You did.
I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. No worries. That's why he's
You had to
repeating.
skip her last.
I was scared. I
So-
was scared I was getting lost myself. here.
Right. No worries. No worries.
Right. Olympia Harbor Days.
Arbor Day, 10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000
10,000.
and 10,000. Capital Lake Fair.
Lake Fair, 8,000.
8,000.
5,000.
5,000.
8,000.
8,000.
8,000.
8,000. The Tumwater Soccer Club.
Soccer Club, 15,000.
15,000.
15,000.
15,000.
15,000.
15,000.
15,000.
15,000. The VCB, Experience Olympia and Beyond. And on your form, it starts, it spells out
Right.
VCB.
I really like round numbers, but I'll stick with our ask, 43,933.
43,933.
And I will do the same.
Same? 43,933.
And Annette, I like round numbers too, but I will go with the 43,933. Throw me off.
43,500.
43,500. Okay, so. We might have a formula error here. Go on. What's going on there? What's that?
Or do you have to put something in? A zero and nine?
Oh, do I- Oh, 50. Oh, I got you. Oh. Oh, okay. So we need to put zeros in this? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, somehow that's really
number-
skewed, yeah.
Yeah,
Huh.
that number doesn't make
Huh.
Just gonna run through these in my head real quick and make sure we're not far off. Zeros in there. Ah, no.
Should have brought my glasses.
Yeah, I can
I'm
see
being
that.
honest.
That little thing there needs to be moved
Yeah,
up
yeah,
to right
it's like,
here.
no. Yeah. Senior mode.
When he gets all done, I'd like him to read off the numbers in the last column. Take your time though.
This is a really good. Can you, or you have to, is it your far away vision or your close up?
Yeah, I have to wear them on the fly.
Oh, okay.
Actually 20/20 together, but they test you with each eye one at a time.
Yeah.
I'm 20/25 in one eye.
Some
Oh.
serious formula.
I have to wear them, but normally I don't wear them because I see 20/20.
Yeah. That's pretty good. You're still 20. I end up having.
At my age, you're saying?
Oh, yeah, right. I know, right?
62.
I beat you up. I have to laugh. My dad got me glasses and he was in his 50s. I didn't know. And he's like,
My dad had them in high school.
yeah. And so, but he's like, oh, I had too many birthday cakes. So I was in high school and I'm like, oh my God, he's got diabetes. And so I didn't realize that had to do with
That's true.
his age. It's like, no, it's an age. So come right natural.
Okay, so I think we've got some big formula errors going on in this prorate column. But I think if we focus on the total amount awarded right here so far is, oops, sorry. So we've got awarded 231,200. So we could play with some of these to come to a more closer to that 250,000. We could leave it where it's at if you prefer.
All right. So do we want to distribute the full or, because I know you had.
I personally would rather just keep it where it is because I think,
It reflects.
yeah,
The four.
because I didn't want to give everyone the full because we don't want people coming next year knowing that we've got,
Yeah.
bumping it up everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. I share that concern.
It's more of not having to cut some people down
Mhm.
50%.
Yeah.
That's my thought anyway. So.
Right. So
Can you read out the amounts for each place then?
Sure. Okay, so for team tomorrow, 7,767. For the Olympic Flight Museum, 44,333. The Tumwater Historical Association, $5,000. The Olympia Symphony, 9,167. The Tumwater Chamber of Commerce, 11,667. Olympia Tumwater Foundation, 5,000. Tumwater Downtown Association, 28,333. Washington Senior Games, 12,667. Tumwater Artesian Brewfest, 17,000. Washington Center for the Performing Arts, 14,333. Olympia Harbor Days, 10,000. Capitol Lake Fair, 7,000. Tumwater Soccer Club, 15,000. And VCB, 43,933.
All right. We have agreement? Looking at this spreadsheet here.
Well, the BCB one can't be right because it wasn't the same number as 43,933, right? It was 43,500, so that number can't be right. They are averaged with the others.
Okay, so here's your chance to make it. worth out.
Well, my concern is now,
Okay.
is the system working for all these numbers?
Oh, huh. True, that does.
But we need to make sure that the system's correct for everything.
Okay, you're right. That should be 43,825. Check these other formulas real quick. Oh my gosh.
I'm trying to catch.
Okay, let's go through these again real quick. Okay, team tomorrow, 7,767. Olympic Flight Museum, 33,250. That's not right either.
No.
What's going on?
So
That's not right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
it'd be the average of the three voting
There we go.
organizations.
44,333. Better. Olympia Symphony, 9,375. To fix this one also. $17,500.
For which one's that one?
Oh, sorry.
The
I
chamber.
might have,
See?
oh, sorry, yes, Chamber of Commerce, 17,500. Olympia
That's-
Tumwater,
Let's back up to the chamber. That one you said 17,500?
yes,
Okay, go ahead.
okay. Olympia Tumwater Foundation, 5,000. Tumwater Downtown Association, 28,750. Washington Senior Games, 12,750. This one needs to be fixed. Hang on one sec. Okay, Tumwater Artesian Brewfest, 17,000. Washington Center for Performing Arts, 14,500. Olympia Harbor Days, 10,000. Capitol Lake Fair, 7,250. Tumwater Soccer Club, 15,000. And VCB is 43,825. brings the total awards to $238,050.
I think so. And what's the total again?
238,050.
Great. So.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Or is it?
No, it all works.
Okay, all right. So I think our next action is to make a motion to approve the amounts. Do we need to note that we did a change? We did increase the amount or just?
We already made that change, right?
Yeah, you
We already
on
voted.
that.
We already did the
Oh,
motion on that one. So this, we just have to accept this as, okay, perfect. I knew we did that one. So, all right. So with that, would entertain a motion to accept the LTAC funding as assigned as per the spreadsheet. Request. So. I do.
I move that we accept the numbers as illustrated on the spreadsheet.
I second that motion.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you, everyone. We got through another year. Thank you. You guys get the award for hanging in there the longest. Oh.
Some people got some real bonuses this year, the way the funding went. So let's hopefully that works out.
Right, so with that, we will call the meeting adjourned. So I will call the Monday, September 23rd, 2024 Lodging Tax Advisory Committee adjourned.